had to get the gang away quietly.
We've cleared the quest to make the Uruka, and we managed to avoid mistakes when we did. We cleared the quest to make an Uruka, and we managed to avoid mistakes this time. Turkey stone candles lit, party sure to be a hit. Paper plates, plastic cups, there's no time for more screw-ups. We cleared the quest to make Uruka, and we managed to avoid mistakes this time.
Step 1, buy cake for your Roshi. Step 2, now to get it home safely. I dropped my spaghetti and now there's no time for a refund. No thoughts, head empty and my brain stunned. Can't just have no gift for the blue bear. Cook up something with some flair.
There's a thought worth a shot, I can bake it myself. Store-bought sucks anyway. If I do all the work myself, it means much more. I'll make this wine a special. How could this go wrong?
Yay, hello! I'm back, guys! I'm back! I straight up forgot how to stream. Azores, thank you so much for the member chat. Welcome back, Uruka. Hope you had a good break. It was not a break. I was fighting for my life, man. It was not a break. Also, congrats on finally beating the allegations. Liam seems like a nice boyfriend for you. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I did beat the allegations, yes. And yes, my boyfriend is Liam. Totally not related to my very good friend Leah. Totally different people. Yeah, Squeaky Moose, thank you for the member chat. She blesses us cubs. You know, at this point I can't keep track of which ones are my cubs or not, so we'll just say that sure, sure. You can be my cubs, sure. Omni, thank you for the member chat. Welcome back, Uruka. Thank you. Beppo, thank you for the member chat. Welcome back. Thank you. Eva, welcome. Thank you for the member chat. We missed you, Erica. Oh, you missed me so much that you forgot my name again. I see. Okay. Well, I'll remind you that my name is Uruka, not Erica. Not arugula. But thank you for the welcome. It's the thought that counts. Krampus, thank you for the member chat. Which species of cat makes for the best strings? Probably tigers. JJB, thank you for the super chat. Uruka, Da Jie is finally back. Yeah. Do I seem like a Da Jie to you? I'll take it. So guy, thank you for the member chat. Please, Uruka, go back to being a wholesome and safe for work. I don't want you to become a lewd tuber. I miss you, Uruka. I was never a lewd tuber. What do you mean? I'm say so. What do you mean? Damien, thank you for member chat. I miss Blue Bear. Happy to see you back. Thank you. Ryan, thank you for super chat. I miss you, my fave Les Maxer. I'm not a Les Maxer anymore. We just established that I've beat the allegations. I also bought your standee to support you. Thank you. It'll be here Friday. Oh, that's so exciting. You better take a picture with it and tag it. Hashtag UrfGang on Twitter. Unless you don't have a Twitter, then too bad. Still take a picture anyway. Oh my god, dude, I was setting up for stream and I straight up just didn't know what to do. Because usually it's just like muscle memory, right? I set up everything. But then this time I was like, what am I supposed to do? I feel like I'm missing something. And then right when I was about to change screens, I was like, something's wrong. I didn't bring my mic up to my mouth. Even something so simple as remembering that my mic needs to be next to my face. Completely forgot. Agamada, thank you for the super chat. Welcome back, Mold Bear. How was your PhD? Oh, it was great. I'm not done yet. Just to be clear. I'm done with one of the hardest parts, but I'm not done yet. Fabri Mati, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the Urf Gang. It's definitely not a cult. Thank you. WBL Studios, thank you for member chat. Welcome back, Best Bear. Thank you. I already read that one. Okay. You sound like you're so done. I just want to get out of here, man. I just want to get out of here. I finished the most important part. Now I just need to coast along for the less important parts that I still need to finish, but you should drop out so you can stream more. I'm not gonna drop out. I'm literally almost done. I'm almost just a few more months, man. Just a few more months. Just a few more months and it'll be over. 5 more years. No. I have decided not to pursue even higher education at this moment. I was planning to, but mental illness took over and and then I was like, you know, maybe that's not the plan. Maybe that's not the way. Brandon, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome. Not welcome. Thank you for the member chat. Hang in there. Gonna hate myself too until I grad in October. I should be done in August unless things go wrong. Mick Armadillo, thank you for the member chat. How did that Chegg strat end up treating you? I've never used Chegg in my life. I've never used Chegg in my life. Come on now, we're in 2024. They have ChatGPT now. That's true. Although I, for legal reasons, I have to say, don't use ChatGPT for schoolwork, because that's academic dishonesty, and you're not supposed to do that. It's not good. I have a friend who's like way too bold with her ChatGPT use. I was like, man, I need to find like sources for my essay. And she was just like, just use ChatGPT. I was like, yeah, but I need like actual sources. And she was like, oh yeah, if you just like ChatGPT it, like it'll just give you like made up sources. And I just cite the made up sources. And I was like, are you kidding me? Are you serious right now? Like, what the fuck? Azores, thank you for the super chat. Violin cover Pippa the Ripper was awesome, by the way. Would love to see more of those in the future. Have you heard of a violinist named David Garrett? Yes, I have. Ooh. Wait, I'm putting on my gloves. Dude does awesome covers with his violin. Yeah, I think anyone who plays violin knows who he is. Bintalk, thank you for member chat. Welcome back, thank you. TAs aren't paid well enough to check. Okay, but like that is so bold. To be fair, their sourcing requirements are absurd. I don't know. I've been sourcing like that since like middle school, so I'm not really phased anymore. Like they required us to do that since like middle school, so I'm alright. I just put it into citation machine or something, you know? MLA format. Not always MLA, sometimes it's Chicago. Not gonna lie, I like Chicago better than MLA. It's so nice. It's so nice to like look at the it's so nice to insert footnotes. Is it just me? Like it's so satisfying to insert footnotes. It's just really satisfying looking at footnotes in a paper. I don't know, maybe I'm just weird. Yeah, it kind of depends, I think, on the what do you call it? School? No. Subject matter? I think humanities uses more footnotes, and then like STEM stuff uses more in-text, at least in my experience. STEM stuff uses more like MLA, in-text citations, and the humanities like the footnotes better. But yeah, at least just in my experience. I had a teacher once who required a Harvard format. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what that is. What the hell? Comic Sans 3.0 spacing, dear God. Dear Lord. That's painful. That's painful to look at. I once... There was once this class that I really did not care about anymore in high school. I screwed around with my teacher by submitting a paper that was all in Comic Sans, but it was randomly in different size font, and also just randomly in rainbow colors. just cause, and then I put a picture of Peppa Pig in there, just cause. In high school, yeah. Senior year of high school, I didn't care anymore. Anyway. She's such a rebel. Okay, to be fair, the teacher was very chill. Like, this is the same teacher that I I smacked this teacher in the head because I told him there was a fly on it. And I was like, I had just come back from like a campground that was covered in mosquitoes. So like my my bug killing instincts were like sharp. So it just kicked in. I was like, there's a fly on your head. Can I kill it? Can I kill it? And he was like, okay. So I smacked him in the head, but the fly flew away. So yeah. I didn't do this to any other. I didn't just do this to any teachers. Okay, I was a good kid. It was only the chill teachers that I would be more loose around. Is that better or worse than a fly stain on his head? Okay, but these flies were in the classroom for a while, so he was also annoyed by them, okay? Okay. Uruka asserting her dominance. It wasn't... I was just... My bug killing instincts were so strong because I just came back from a week of a camp in the woods, and there were mosquitoes everywhere. It always gave you the most giant mosquito bites I've like ever gotten. And mind you, I've been to Asia. I've gotten mosquito bites in Asia, but dear lord, these mosquitoes. Anyway, I'm gonna show you my gear. Sorry, I've been away, so I'm just rambling now. Did you get caught hitting teachers and then getting in trouble? No, because I asked him and he said okay. Okay? Also, my school was very... I don't even know. I've never seen a fight, ever. I've never ever seen a fight. It was very, I don't know, how do you call it? Very nerdy school. It's a very nerdy school. Okay, well, I've never seen a fight in school. White? No, I think it was like... There were probably like 3% white people. I've seen fights, just not in school. I've seen a fight in McDonald's in Times Square. I've seen a fight in the McDonald's in Times Square before. It doesn't count. What do you mean it doesn't count? Look, people just don't fight, okay? 95% Asian. I don't think it was that high. It definitely seemed like it though. Okay. Let's switch to my camera screen. I finally got my gloves on. I have a brace because my tendonitis is really bad. Okay. I even forgot which like Stream Deck toggles or what. Oh, hold on. This one? Okay, there we go. Hand cam. Got my gloves on. Most school fights happen in America. See, like, every time I heard about things happening, I just never realized that they were real. Or like when I saw schools like when I saw schools on TV shows and stuff, I thought they were fake because I was like, my school don't look like that. My school doesn't look like that. Oh my god. There's like white people in America? No way. Anyway. So I actually have another violin case, but that's the one that yesterday I opened, and one of my bows was molding at the grip, and I looked closer, and there were these tiny little bugs, only a few, maybe like 3 of them, tiny little brown bugs crawling on the mold. It was only like a little. I'm not gonna show you that one because I threw it in the trash. I'll show you with another bow where exactly they were. It wasn't on the wood. There's like a little grip part. You know what? I can just show you. I'm not gonna be showing you my cases because they're a little too identifiable in terms of the stickers that I put on them, but like everyone has these cases. Actually, let me pull up. I can just show you on screen share because pretty much everyone has these cases. The only thing that makes it identifiable is the stickers. Wait. So the very standard kind of case that everyone uses for string instruments is a BAM violin case. Yeah, famous stickers. No, not famous stickers, but like they make it identifiable because literally everyone has the same kind of case. These ones. They all pretty much just look like this. They come in different colors, so it's all like this style, and they come in different colors. I really wanted this one, but the ones that are leather coated are like more expensive, so I don't have a leather coated one. I just have a normal hard shell case one. Yeah, there's like different patterns and stuff. Jesus, the price. Yeah, they're really expensive because they're very protective. Like I told you guys before. Okay, so basically I only had one for my viola for this because I bring my viola out more, and I couldn't justify the price for my violin. But remember when my violin fell apart last year? It was because my case wasn't humidity controlled. So these ones help keep the humidity out of your instrument. So I ended up buying one for my violin as well, because my violin literally fell apart. And for the price of the instrument, the case is very much well worth it. If you have $1,000 instrument, don't get $1,000 case. Like that's like common sense. You don't need to get one of these if your instrument is not that expensive, because if it falls apart, you know, whatever, just get another one. But if you have a very expensive instrument, you wanna keep it protected as much as possible. If the violin is 10K, honestly, even starting from maybe 4K, I would buy one of these cases. If it's 4K and above, even 4K would be a little not too worth it, but I would still just get it anyway. 4K and above, I would just get one, just cause otherwise it's too much risk. Yeah, so one of my friends has one everyone has this case. So one of my friends drives a motorcycle, and she was driving on the road, on the freeway. She was driving on the freeway with her violin strapped to her motorcycle. And in the middle of the freeway, her violin fell off of her motorcycle, and it survived in this case after falling off on the freeway. So yeah, the price seems very high, but it's definitely worth it considering how expensive our instruments are. Mikamadeo, thank you for the super chat. You can get something like that from Cabela's for $20, just saying. I don't know what Cabela's is, and if it costs $20, it's probably gonna fall apart. Fintalk, thank you for super chat. The moment I try to stop making mold jokes, you bring it up on your own. Help me. Look, it's not my fault, okay? Like, my apartment is just really humid, and I can't really do anything about it, really. I air it out as much as I can. It's just so humid. But yeah, let me show you. The viola ones are actually more expensive because they're bigger. Like, the basic ones without the leather coating are $800. The leather coating ones are like maybe $1,200, I think. I don't really remember, but the viola ones cost like maybe $200 more. But yeah. Wait, no. Wrong thing. Yeah. Dude, music is really expensive. As you'll continue to find out. Okay, so... Hi, Rashada, thank you for this dehumidifier fund. I was gonna buy one, but then I was like, I don't want to buy any more stuff. Okay, so bow-wise, usually any decent bow will actually have the name of the maker engraved on the bow. If you want to like trade in your bow or anything, if it doesn't have a name, if it doesn't have a maker, or like if it doesn't have a clear maker engraved on the bow, to the violin shop people, that means it's worth pretty much nothing. So for violin, I actually didn't get a good bow. I didn't actually get a very good bow for my violin. I got a decently usable one. It was $300. And so this is what a bow looks like, okay? And there's like this grip right here. This is what was molding on the other bow. This grip right here is what was molding on my other bow, which I actually got that one for free. So that's why I'm throwing it away, because it didn't cost anything. I just threw it away because I got it for free and it's very cheap. So I'm just throwing it out because it's just not worth it. But this is the part that molded. It's not even the wood. I don't even know, because the wood is like lacquered or like polished. I don't think the mold can, but I don't think the wood can mold. But you see how there's like little dots and stuff? The mold was coming out of these little tiny holes, and it was so it was so gross. It was not only gross because of the mold, but it was triggering my trypophobia, man. Ugh. It was so disgusting. It was so gross. But yeah, this is what it looks like. This is horsehair. And as you can see, this part down here is a little dark. And the reason why is because it's closer to where you hold it. Like, okay, for anyone who hasn't tried playing a string instrument before, it's like one of the most like physically non-intuitive things you could ever do. Like, this is how you hold a bow, okay? You take your hand and you put it on top. You put your thumb over here and you hold it like this. You don't grip it. The thing that's holding you're not gripping it with your hand. The thing that's keeping it up is all in your pinky. If I let go of my pinky, it all the weight goes down. And that's how you control your dynamics. You hold it like this. You don't want to firmly grasp it. That's how you get injured. If you grip it really tightly, like, you're gonna get injured so fast. Yeah. It's like the most non-intuitive thing to be doing. It's really weird, yeah. And there's like exercises, because you have to have a really strong muscle right here. I don't know if you guys have ever thought about this muscle, but you have to have a really strong, I don't even know what this is called, but the muscle right here has to be really strong on both hands, because on this hand, I have a brace on right now, but you don't play violin like this. You play it like this. So your muscle over here has to be super strong. You play, your wrist is supposed to be this, like, a little bit like this. Not too much, but definitely not the other way around. But you basically play like that. So yeah, the muscle right here is really important. And the brace over the glove. Look, I was trying to put the glove over the brace, but then I was like, that's not gonna work. Yeah, so you have to have some really strong pinky muscles. So when you hold the bow, right? Sometimes you'll see it tilted this way because it's not actually. Sometimes you want to use less of the bow hair. So some people tilt it this way. That's not wrong. That's actually right. So if you see it like tilted this way, that's right. And if you want to get more volume, I guess, if you want to be louder, you actually have to use your whole entire arm to pull gravity downwards. You don't really want to use your muscles that much. You want to use gravity as much as possible. But if you want more, you use these fingers to push downwards. So if you can see like this, oh god, if you can see, you just push like that. And if you want to lift, you use your pinky and just go like that. I'm getting rosin all over my glove. But yeah, so you lift with your pinky, push with your index and middle finger. And that's how you get dynamics. And that's also why it's also really awkward to play, because you have to be able to smoothly transition. You have to roll between these muscles and these as smoothly as possible in order to get like a decent sound. And you have to be able to go like this because that's the motion that comes out of that. But yeah, the powder that you see on my glove is not cocaine. It's called rosin, and that's what you put on the horsehair to give it more friction between the horsehair and the strings. If you don't put rosin on it, it's just gonna slide around. So, Brandon, thank you for super chat. I feel this is like a kid showing me his special train set and getting into it. This is fun. Did you just call me artistic? Zanz, thank you for the super chat. Do you clean the bow every time after use? Because I think is because of the biomatter and gunk that got stuck in that grip that caused the mold growth. No, I think it's just the humidity, because I never actually used that bow. Like, it was just sitting there for a long time. I have another one too. I have another free bow. I have 2 free bows. Well, now there's only one because I threw one away. But those ones I don't really use because they're not that good. Like, once you get to a certain level, you can really tell the difference between your equipment. Like, if you're just starting out, you don't need to have anything that expensive bow-wise. Instrument-wise, I would say at least spend $400 at an actual violin shop. Please don't get a $100 violin, because that's only gonna hinder you, honestly. But yeah, so this discoloration comes from the oils on your hand, and that actually makes it so that it doesn't, I don't know if you can tell, it's like more shiny over here. The camera doesn't show it very well, but that makes it too smooth. So when I play with this on the violin, the sound's not really gonna come out very well. And you might have, I don't know if you've seen before, but some people who perform violin like on stage or something, and they want to do like an overdub. Like, you know how some people like lip sync when they're on stage? In order to lip sync while playing violin, what you do is you oil the horsehair so that when you play it on the violin, no sound comes out. So the opposite, you don't want to do that on an actual bow you're gonna use, because it's gonna completely ruin it. But yeah, so rosin is what keeps it friction. Oil is gonna make it have 0 sound. So this is the hand oils. Natural hand oil, so no sound comes from here anymore. Stop giving away the secrets of the game. It's not really a secret. And also, they're my competitors, so I'm gonna call them. Anyway, but yeah, so the way, usually you want it around, oh god, you want it about this tight. My camera is like, my webcam is kind of fisheye. I don't really know why, but around this kind of tightness is good. There's a lot of stock photos that show it like this, and the wood part is bent like the other way. That is way too tight. The wood might snap, something might snap if you do that. And this part over here is what you use to tighten or loosen the bow. Also, if you want to know, this part is called the frog. I don't freaking know why it's called the frog, but it's called the frog. But yeah, you just twist this to loosen it. It's just a screw. As you can see, it's coming out more. And if you really wanted to, you could unscrew this all the way and this whole thing will just come off. And that's how people get their bows re-haired. Every now and then you have to change the hair. See, it's looser now. and you can't really play like this because there's not enough tension. Every now and then you have to rehair the bow because the hair kind of goes bad. So yeah, this is my violin bow. Now the rosin that I use. I can just show you. This is my actually good bow. This is my viola bow. I can show it to you. It's, I don't know if you can tell, but it's like, it's much better. I haven't cleaned it. Don't mind the cake of rosin on the back. Don't mind that. I haven't cleaned it because I kind of just, I was tired. Yeah, this is my actually good bow. It looks impressive. Yeah, like it's, I don't know if you can tell, but it's built a lot better. It's darker, I guess. Okay, so here's my other viola bow. This one was cheaper. I don't remember. I think it was like either 300 or 400. I don't remember, but like you can kind of tell it's kind of, oh my god, I just realized I never took off the plastic on it. Oh my god. This is my spare bow. This is my spare bow. I never took off the plastic off of the What the fuck? Oh my god. I just realized I never took it off. But yeah. I don't know if you guys are able to tell, but this one is way more than this one. Yeah, I only take this one out if it's something like super like hefty, like there's one technique where you flip the bow around and you smack the wood on the strings or something. I don't want to ruin this one too much, so I take this one out because I don't care if this one breaks. Why is the plastic still on it? Oh my god. I can't even take it off because I have gloves on. Oh my god. Wait. Okay, wait. I'm gonna we're using cheap very loosely. Okay, look. If we're not in the context of instruments, my brain functions very differently when it comes to instruments. Like, if we're just talking in general, I'll be like, oh my god, $100, that's so much. But then once we're talking about like instruments, I'm like, oh my god, $100, that's so little. Oh my god, dude, the fucking rust is on the plastic. Ew. You know what? Maybe I should keep it on. I don't want to deal with the rust. I'm just gonna I'm just gonna stick it back there. That's nasty. That's kind of gross. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah. This one, I don't know if you can tell, right here is where the maker's name is engraved. So if you want a bow that is actually good, the ones that are like actually good will have a name on it. These ones are more, I don't want to say like, I think they're more mass produced. So there's not like a specific maker on it or anything. Honestly, my hand has worn out. My hand has worn out the engraving from holding it so much. So I don't really remember what the name is. It's on the insurance papers though. Another thing, look how much rosin's on my hand. If you have expensive instruments, get them insured. All of my stuff, my viola, my violin, my bow, it's all insured. So please insure your stuff, because you never know what might happen to it. Why do you say resin like that? It's not resin, it's rosin. It's a different word. I know some people don't know what rosin is, but it's an actual word. Luigi Plush Boy, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the Uruka Gang and stuff not cool. Thank you. So this bow was this bow costed $2,500, but it's a decently nice bow. And this is my rosin. I don't want to be like too reflective. Just the bow itself, yeah. Just the bow itself. If you want a professional grade bow, you might spend up to like, I don't want to say up to because there can be even more expensive ones. Professional grade bow, you might spend 20k or more. This one's already pretty decent. Like a professional. Like if you're in like the LA Phil or something, you're gonna be spending a lot more money. So this is the rosin. This rosin costs about $30 or $40, but I've been using it for like 6 years and there's still a lot left. Some people don't like having this dip over here, but it kind of just happened. It kind of just happened, so we'll deal with it. We'll deal with it later. A lot of people like lose their rosin or like crack their rosin. If you drop this on the floor, it's really easy to crack it. But I take very good care of my rosin, so it's fine. Yeah. So what you do with this is I'm gonna use this. What you do with it is you just take it and you just rub it like this, and that's how you get it on. And you'll end up with hella powder on, so you have to like shake it off a little bit, like that. But yeah. Uruka-sensei, are there different types of rosin? Yes, there are different types of rosin. There's different, like, ingredients in the rosin. I've actually, like, haven't tried around with rosin very much. Okay, this one is my good rosin, but there's, like, pretty decently... Oh, this one has my name on it. Let's cover that. There's a lot of things that... Look, it says rosin. That's what it's called. If you want some decent rosin without spending too much, this one, I think... This one works pretty well, and it's only like $8. And I have a bunch of these. These are like my beater rosins. I have like my name stickers on a lot of stuff. Because I don't want to like lose it and stuff, but you guys don't need to see that. But yeah, this one is pretty good, I would say. Yeah, $8. I used this all the way up until like 6 years ago. Then I got this one, but it lasts literally forever. What does it taste like? I'm not eating the forbidden candy, man. I completely forgot about my name on it, but I think I'm covering it. I think I covered it. Okay. So yeah, there are different types. I personally choose the green ones. Don't laugh at me. I choose the green ones because they're prettier. Like if you look at my bow, it actually... There's a green tint on my bow hair. Normal rosin, a lot of people use like brown rosin, like normal rosin. It makes your bow hair brown. And I was like, that's ugly. So but yeah, there are different types, and there's a lot of different like materials, ingredients that they put into the rosin. So there's some that are made for more like orchestral playing, or some that are made more for solo playing, some that have a more rich sound, some that sound like stickier, or some that sound smoother or thinner or thicker, or there's a lot of different types. But I've just stuck with this one because like when you use new rosin, you have to rehair the bow because the bow already has the rosin like coated on it. Like it's like inside. Like if I do this, like don't do this by the way, but I'm just gonna show you because it's mine. I don't care. Okay, it's not really showing, but like if you do this, like clouds will come up. So if you do want to try new rosin, you have to rehair your bow, which also costs like $100. Which you also have to do like every 6 months. Because that's just how it is. Yeah. Hybrid rosin bad, don't mix the rosins. I mean, like, you can, but if you want to know what, like, the actual sound of the rosin itself, you're not gonna know it if you mix it with other rosin. Yeah. Is there different kinds of hair for the bow? Yes. There's synthetic hair, and there's real hair, and then there's like premium real hair. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really know what the premium hair is. But generally, you want to stay away from the synthetic hair. But yeah, one of the reasons why there's probably also more categories than that, but like I don't really pay that much attention. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the reason why you need to rehair the bow is one, because it kind of goes bad with all the like rosin caked and everything, and just the environment kind of wears it down. And also, okay, I'm trying to find a part, but the hairs break off. Like, they don't just stay on here. Like if you play for long enough, they break off. Okay. You can kind of see there's like a little tiny like wisp over there. That's one of the ones that broke off. Generally, it should be filling this whole entire metal part. You can see mine has thinned out a little bit. It's still playable. I've seen some people with like half this amount. It's so funny. Yeah. But yeah, they fall off because that's just how it is. Gemada, thank you for member chat. How much money do you make being a musician versus how much do you have to pay for the instruments plus management plus etc.? Seems like a low profit margin. Well, well, generally, people don't really. Let's say if you have to pay for everything yourself, you don't really get the super expensive stuff until later on. But it's definitely, it's a lifestyle, yeah. it's a lifestyle, but okay, so it's negative money. I mean, it doesn't start as a job. Let's just say that. Usually when you learn music, it doesn't start as a job, you know? You work your way up there. And by the time you can make it a job, you can afford it a bit more. You know? But on the other hand, if you're really, really, really good, there's benefactors that take notice and they will actually give. This is a very, very rare occurrence. If you're very, very good, some like very like rich music appreciators might just give you a violin or something, like a sugar daddy. No, okay, think back on it. Okay, in maybe like the 15 to like 1800s, when there were still like monarchies and stuff, where did musicians get their money from? It was patronage from the rich people. Has that really changed? I mean, there's no monarchs anymore, but there's still rich people. Yeah. And like orchestras, you know, like the New York, I don't remember, the New York Symphony or whatever the hell they're called, and the LA Phil, they're mostly funded by donations from rich people that just like classical music a lot. Like, they don't get most of their money from like tickets and stuff. It's from the like rich people donations. That's how it always worked, and that's probably how it's always gonna work in terms of like classical music. But yeah, I don't know if I've ever talked about this before, but I have an uncle. My mom's cousin was a prodigy. Like an actual prodigy. Like, some people call me a prodigy. I am not a prodigy. By any means, I am not a prodigy. But my mom's cousin was a violin prodigy who was absolutely cracked, but that's probably only because he was like forced to practice like 5 hours a day. And he was shipped off to a famous conservatory in America by himself when he was 9. And apparently he caught the eye of some rich person, and they gave him a really very nice violin, and he still has it now, except Lexico, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you. What's your favorite piece to play? I'll mull on that while I continue this story. They gave him a violin, a very nice violin. But he was alone, living with like a host family when he was 9 years old, trekking to this college conservatory every day. And he got burnt out in high school, so he stopped. And then he became a dentist. So he's a dentist now, but he still has the violin. Is your mom's cousin Joshua Bell kind of good? I mean, he doesn't play anymore, but he was absolutely cracked. He was cracked. I've only seen one video of him when he was like 7. I haven't even started playing when I was 7. But he was straight up play. I don't know if you guys know Preludium and Allegro. I don't know if I'll get copyright striked if I play a little bit of it. He was playing Preludium and Allegro when he was 7 years old. Let's see. Pull up some random persons. Wait, let me try playing it a little. There's a super cracked part. It's so fast. I played this when I was like 13, by the way. Playing it at 7 is insane. Where is this? Where's the part? Like, I couldn't even comprehend what notes were when I was 7, and he was playing this. Okay, that's right. I was playing other instruments when I was 7, so I could comprehend notes, but I don't think I would be able to do that. This is not him playing, by the way. I'm just playing a random recording. Yeah, that's not him. I'm not showing you him. I'm gonna show you him. Then you would find it, and then you would know who he is. Okay. Let's see, Anta. Thank you for the member chat. This sounds like boss music. Yeah, dude, I played that when I was like... Oh, wait, no. I started playing that when I was like 11 or 12. But yeah, that's still insane. That's still crazy. Yeah. That's why I'm like, I can't take any compliments. Like, I can't take any compliments because what the fuck? But yeah. So if you're absolutely cracked child prodigy and you can't buy a super expensive violin by yourself, someone might give you one, but only if you're really, really, really good. But yeah, I really need to get my bow rehaired. Like, this is already too much for me. But yeah, can you see how like pristine this one is compared to my other ones? It's very clear that I care about this one more. Well, Uruka, someone did give you a violin, so you must be really, really good. You're right. I do have a rich benefactor. It's called Urufugang. Hold on, let me put these away first. Ugh. This violin. Uru patrons. This is like kind of reflect. Also, why? My like. I put on like lotion and sunblock around like my face area, and it always like gets on the chin rest of the violin. And it's always so nasty because it's like white, just like white residue on the instrument. But I can't just not moisturize my face. One of the reasons why my hands are so dry is because if I moisturize, it creates more friction between my hand and the instrument, and then it becomes harder to play. So I kind of just don't moisturize my hands. It's just one of the things I got. Oh, my name is also on that. Let me. That's kind of dangerous. Why am I putting my name on everything? What the fuck, Uruka? I don't think my name's on this though. This is super reflective, but this is the violin. Is this a violin that Urufugang gave me? Well, one very generous Urufugang gave me. It's an electric 5-string. And it is so reflective. It is incredibly reflective. This is what these are called pegs, and this is called the peg box. That's actually what it's called. This thing is called the nut. And this is the G string. This is what it looks like. This part is super reflective, so I'm just gonna cover it. Why no scroll? Because it's electric. A lot of electric instruments don't have the scroll because it's not really necessary. And this thing is called the bridge. And the way that electric violin works, I don't know if you can see, there's like a black thing here. Wait. There's a black thing on the bridge right here. That's the pickup for the violin. I don't exactly know completely how it works, because electric stuff is not my forte. But it's like something to do with like magnetic something, I don't really know. That's how electric violin works. The sound comes directly from the vibration of the strings into the bridge. Whereas an acoustic instrument, the vibrations of the strings into the bridge will vibrate into the body of the instrument, which then projects through. Let me just bring it out. So this one just takes the sound directly from the bridge, from the vibrations of the string directly from the bridge. And this is my violin. It's so shiny. Wait. I got this polished when I got it fixed. They polished it for me, so it's super shiny. But you can see that the bridge on the acoustic actually doesn't have the black part. The black part is exclusive to the electric. So basically the strings vibrate into the bridge, which brings the vibrations into the body. And there's like a little pole called the sound post that helps with that somehow. I don't exactly remember, but these things are called the F holes, and the sound projects out of the F holes after being sent through here and vibrating throughout the body. The body of the instrument is super important in an acoustic instrument, and it projects out of the F holes. This is the scroll, peg box, pegs, the nut, the strings, and the way... Oh god, don't... the way that you play things, which fingers you use, that's called the fingerings. And this is called the tailpiece. This is the chin rest. The chin rest is different from the shoulder rest. I'll show you the shoulder rest real quick. It has my name on one side, so I'm just gonna show you this side. You attach this. Wait. I'm just gonna cover it. You attach this. It has like little feetsies. And you attach this over here. Like this. Some people don't use one. Some people don't use a shoulder rest. But I do, because I can't deal with not using one. It actually sounds better without a shoulder rest, but I just can't deal with it. So you snap it on like this. I'm not gonna put it on right now, but it makes it easier to hold up. I have to have one though. But the thing about the shoulder rest is it kind of dampens the sound a little bit. Basically, anything extra that you put on the violin can dampen the sound. So you might see like a lot of people have 4 pegs on it for like beginner or student instruments. They have 4 fine tuners. Usually people only have 1, but the string that you tune to is A, and on the violin it's the second one right here. This is A. So I opted to just keep the fine tuner on here too, because I don't want to deal with that. Does anyone ever go 0 tuners? No. Because see, the higher the strings go, this is the lowest string and this is the highest one. The higher the strings go, the thinner it gets. And the E string is too thin to rely on the peg. It's really dangerous to finely tune the E string with the peg because you might just like snap it or something. So everyone has at least one. Although some psycho might actually have 0. I don't know. I've never seen it before. Some psychopath might have 0. But yeah. So for like the actually higher end instruments, I'd say like intermediate student instruments and above have these kind of tailpieces where there's just holes here and you can insert your own fine-tuning holders. But you might see that there's a difference between this. Look, there's like a little mechanism that you put and you just connect it. You connect it to this and there's nothing like on these, right? But on like student instruments or beginner instruments, the fine tuners are actually built into the tailpiece, as you might see. They don't have the separate thing over here. They're just built into here. And this one's a 5-string, so it's like a little different. And I can finally show you guys why it's so hard for me to play on a 5-string violin, because you might notice that this string right here is smack in the middle. This is smack in the middle of the bridge. And these strings are like this, right? But this is how it's arranged on 4 strings. It's completely different. This and I don't think there's enough space to show them both. It's completely different. So it's like really the muscle memory is so hard. Like if I had to compare it to something, if I had to compare it to something, it's like trying to type on a keyboard, except all the rows on the keyboard are shifted like half a centimeter in opposite directions. It's so weird. It's so strange. The fuck is a 5-string violin? Basically, it has all the strings of a violin plus one lower string. That is the C string, and that's actually the lowest string on a viola. So it's like a violin and viola combined, but it has the tone of a violin. So it doesn't exactly sound like a viola other than the fact that it has that lower string. Like a bass guitar versus an electric guitar? Well, the thing is, like, if you get something that's super different, it's different enough that you can tell the difference, and it's like easy. Well, not easy, but easier for your brain to realize. But if it's like slightly different, your muscle memory is gonna be like, oh, I know where that is, but it's not there, you know? Someone asked about mutes. I do have mutes as well. But I don't remember where I put my violin mute, so I can just show you on my viola. Oh god, there's like crusty lotion on my... Hold on my chin rest, wait. I can't even wipe it off. Okay, whatever. I'll deal with it later. This is what my viola. It's also so shiny, holy shit. Basically, what a mute does is that it makes the sound quieter. This is what I don't know what exactly you call it, but like it's a playing mute. So there's like a playing mute and a practice mute. And because the sound comes from the vibrations over here, what you do is this is just a piece of rubber, by the way. You just do that. Yeah, this is not, it's for a tone change. It's not to make it actually like quieter, it's to change the tone. If you want to make it quieter, there's a hefty boy for that. And so usually you use this, they write it into pieces like put on your mute for this section or take it off, whatever. So in orchestra pieces or whatever, there might be some sections that they tell you to put this on just for a tone change. Just because it makes it sounds like it's quieter, but also the tone is different as well. But if you're worried about neighbors, this is not gonna do anything. This is what you're gonna need if you're worried about your neighbors. This is a hefty boy. This is called a practice mute. And you smack this on. You smack this on. And it completely... Well, it doesn't completely, but it somewhat dampens. It dampens it a lot more. But also you sound like a mosquito. Yeah. So if it's past quiet hours and I need to practice, I use this. I haven't gotten complaints so far, even though I've once played till like 4 a.m. No one said anything. So, yeah, it definitely works. Looks like a military grade mute. Yeah. This is for when you need a... The thing is though, it makes it like very different. Like the tension on the strings changes as well. I still have yet to figure out why. I think it's because the vibrations of the strings are dampened. But the tension of the strings is different. So the bow bounces a lot more when you have a practice mute on, which is like not the greatest if you need to practice specific bow things. But if it's just like notes or something, it's fine. But yeah, the tension changes. And I think it's has to do with the vibrations of the strings being dampened. I don't quite know why. And someone asked me if there's specific... Can you tune it to adjust the tension with the mute? The fuck? What? What? No, I'm not saying... It's... The tuning doesn't change. The tuning doesn't change, but the tension that you feel placing the bow on the strings feels different than if you don't have the mute. The tuning is exactly the same. But the feeling of the bow on the strings is different. Yeah. Someone asked about my strings. I do use a specific kind of strings, but there's again, like the Rosin, there's a lot of people who experiment with like different strings. Some people like to get different brands for each different string for the different tones that they produce, but I'm a little too lazy to do that. Especially considering even when I do change strings, I like throw them on my table for like 2 weeks before I get around to changing them. It's such a hassle to change strings. It's very much a hassle to change strings. Does it actually make a difference? Yes. Yes. It actually does make a difference. For different instruments too, like you can't just ask someone which strings they use and just get those, because the tone that the strings produces out of their instrument is not going to be the same as the tone they produce out of your instrument. So it's good to experiment around. I am too lazy to do that, so I get these for all the strings for both of my instruments because they sound good. They sound good. They're really rich and warm, so I like it. But I'm too lazy to experiment around. Yeah, so this set with all 4 strings, these things work like stocks, okay? These work like stocks. Depending on when you get them, they're gonna be different prices. If you're lucky, you can get them for like $115 for all 4. I got them Last I bought them was like a couple weeks ago. I got it for 150. Sometimes it's 170. Buy low, sell high. No, the thing is like they're all like across different stores. They all fluctuate like the same way, and I have yet to know why. Like I don't I don't freaking know. But yeah, the string cartel. Yeah. But yeah, I like these a lot. They work for me and my instruments. I would recommend them, but also I don't know if they would work for you and your instruments. Also, if you have an instrument that's under $1,500, don't get these. It's not worth it. The name of the brand is called Pirastro. So these are called the Eva Perazzi Gold. The Eva Perazzi Gold strings. And I'm honestly blanking on what they're made of. Hold on. The A string is so A string says it's chrome steel. D string synthetic sterling silver. G is also synthetic sterling silver. C is a synthetic different kind of silver. But yeah, you really have to you really have to consider how important something is to you, because if you have to match it's all about matching. Like your skill level, your instrument should match your skill level, your strings should match your instrument, your bow should match your instrument and your strings. It's all about matching. There's so many different combinations. Instrument, bow, rosin, strings. There's like infinite combinations, and I'm just too lazy to experiment with anything other than the instrument and the bow. Even just getting new instrument or bow, I'm so lazy. Because I try like 20, 30 different ones, and it's so exhausting. It's so exhausting. What if you get your friends who know more about it to compile a list for you? Well, it's not it's not a matter of not knowing which ones to buy. It's a matter of having to buy all of them, winding them onto my instrument, trying it, taking it out, winding it again. I don't know if you realize, but the strings are wound onto the pegs. Do you realize how long this takes? It's so much effort. It's so much effort. I swear to God. It's so much effort. You have to like thread it into the peg, wind it, and then okay, let me tell you, after you put the string on, it's gonna keep unwinding by itself for 2 weeks before it stabilizes. So every 5 to 10 minutes, you have to retune it. Do you realize how much of a hassle that is? This is why I only change my strings once a year, even though you're supposed to change them every like 4 months. You're supposed to change them every 3 to 4 months, but I change them once a year because I'm lazy. If you're a cellist or something though, the strings are much more expensive because they're longer and thicker, but also you don't have to change them as often because they're thicker and last longer. I change them when they snap. Okay, yeah, no, How often do you snap your strings? The strings wear out after you play them for too long. You can definitely tell the difference when you change the string. When you change the strings, you can definitely tell the difference in the sound. But I also have just a little... What else do I have? It's a pain, okay? It takes like minimum half an hour to change all 4 strings. And that's half an hour of my life that I'll never get back. I have some little tools. Well, I guess I only have one little tool. This thing Also very reflective. Can anyone guess what this is for? If you don't play an instrument, if you don't know, if you know, don't say it. If you don't know, guess. For eyebrows, nose hairs, stabbing, self-harm, no. Well, I guess I harm myself when I play because I want to die. A pencil. Does this look like a pencil? You know, I don't have these, but there's these very specific pencils that people have. They cost like $20 each, I think. Tuning. Shanking snitches. No. There's a specific kind of pencil that was made for musicians, and they cost like $20 each. I think. Was it 20 or 30? I don't remember. But they're specifically made with a thin eraser that doesn't smear, so that you can erase between the ledger lines of your music. I know people who have that, but I use my iPad to read music, so like I don't use pencils anymore. Looks like a cleaning tool. This is for... Does this thing have... Okay, yeah, it does. This, one thing you want to know about acoustic instruments is that pretty much nothing is permanently attached. Spacklebox, thank you for the member chat. I learned real quick to tension each string a little at a time. I once collapsed the bridge on my cello when I put too much pressure on one side. Yeah, and you know, you have to make sure... Okay, for those of you who don't understand why changing each string is so much work, this thing is not attached to the instrument. Well, okay, on this one it might... No, it's not. It's attached by a little string. This is not attached to the instrument. If I take the strings off, this falls off. This falls off. So you have to keep this. While you're winding up the strings, it will go this way. It will push this way. So you have to pull this back. While you pull the strings forward, you keep pulling it back, pull the strings forward, pull this back, pull the strings forward. It's so much work. It's so much work. Yeah, it's held by tension. Bridges, it sometimes does snap. I've never actually seen it, but it is possible to snap it. Most of the time, it just snaps out. It doesn't actually snap itself. Like the whole thing doesn't snap off. It might snap out off of the instrument though. Just glue it on. You're not supposed to do that. Yeah. So yeah, these are also not mechanical. Like a guitar has mechanical pegs, right? These are not mechanical. Let me just demonstrate for you. If I undo this, okay, this is a really bad example because the electric is very well, it's very well kept in place. But okay, the electric is not a good example for this. Okay, hold on, wait. I don't wanna fuck with my other ones though. Wait. I'll just do it. I'll do it for you guys. Don't ruin the electric, dude. The electric costs less than my viola bow. Not that I don't prize it, but I would much rather deal with that than acoustic. Okay, look. It's already out of tune, so whatever. If I do this, it's gonna completely... Okay. It's not doing it right now. I have some that completely just unwind afterwards. But it's a loose piece. It's not kept in place at all. I think I just fucked it up, whatever. After you tune it, you have to push it in, because otherwise it slips. It's out of tune, because I haven't played it. But another thing is... another thing is that these This is not. This is also kept in place by the strings as well. This is kept in place by the strings. This is kept in place by the strings. The only thing holding this to the instrument is over here. It's tied to this little thing over here. If the strings come off, this thing just falls to the side. It's just floating. It's completely by tension. So where this comes in is for the chin rest. The chin rest sometimes gets loose. It's held by this clamp over here. It's held by this clamp. You can get mechanical pegs. You can, but some people don't. Most people don't have mechanical pegs. You can get mechanical pegs, but that's another one of those things where it kind of dampens the instrument as well. The more things that you put on the body of the instrument itself, the more dampened it gets. So people just don't. They prefer not to. So this thing is clamped onto the instrument like this, and it can get loose. It's screwed on by these things. So what you do is you get one of these and you just tighten it. Oh, it's actually loose. What the heck? Is this right? Like, right. This is left. Wait, this is right. Wait, hold on. This way would be tightening. Is it? But yeah, sometimes this gets loose, so you have to tighten it a bit. I don't know if I'm tightening or loosening it right now. I don't really have to do this that often. I don't really know what I'm doing. Is this loosening or tightening it? I don't know. First way was right. Okay, this way. Yeah, so you just go like this. Because sometimes people's chin rests just fall off. But you don't want to make it too tight because then it clamps. It's less important on the electric. But on an acoustic, you want to tighten it just enough so that it doesn't fall off. But you don't want to make it too tight because then it grips. It grips on the thing too much. Can't believe my Oshi doesn't know her left from her right. No, because I'm thinking like because when you go in a circle, at some point you're going towards the right. Like, I was like, this is right, but then it's left, but then it's right, but then it's left. So which way is it actually? But I think it should be left, and then right, right? This is right. Clockwise is right. Counterclockwise is left. It's confusing. But yeah, that's what that's for. From the top, yeah, I mean, it's fine. If it was actually loose, I'd be able to tell if it was tightening or not. You can read proper analog clocks, right, Uruka? Yes, I can. I can read clocks perfectly fine. You learned that in like kindergarten. What the fuck? Yes, I know how to read an analog clock. 3 lefts make a right moment. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. What time is it right now? I don't need an analog clock. I don't have an analog clock in my apartment. And the time is right there. Zoomers don't know how to... You do realize that the oldest Zoomers were born in 1996, right? There's plenty of Zoomers that know how to read an analog clock. She refuses to read the clock. It's because I don't have an analog clock here. If I read it now, it's just digital. It doesn't prove anything. I was looking to see what else I have. There's not really that much. But my case comes with one of these things. Honestly, I've never used this thing in my life. it comes with apparently it's for you to put your loose bow hairs inside, but then I'm like, why would you keep your loose bow hairs? I don't know. I don't really know who actually uses this thing. It's just a long tube. It just comes with a case and it sticks on with Velcro. I've never seen anyone actually use it before. I would show you my shoulder rest arrangement for my viola, but it's actually there's a lot of people. So there's one specific school of teaching for viola from this one violist. Actually, low-key forgot her name. Hold on. For those of you who might know, there's a very famous violist that from the 1900s, I think, whose name was William Primrose. Very famous. And there's this other violist who wanted to know why Primrose was so good at the viola. So she asked William Primrose. Hold on, I'm trying to find her. Karen Tuttle, that's her name. So Karen Tuttle pulled up to William Primrose and she was like, "Hey, you play viola really, really well. Can I like study your movements in the least creepy way possible?" So basically what happened is she just told Primrose to play normally, and she observed him very closely and even like touched some like his like hands or arms to see exactly what he was doing. And she created this school of teaching based off of what she observed from Primrose. And Karen Tuttle is not around anymore, I'm pretty sure, but she has a whole bunch of students. She has a wide network of students who also teach the same school of thought, technique, thought, both, I guess. And kind of an easy way to identify, if someone follows that school of teaching is if you look at their shoulder rest and they have pink sponges bound on it. The logic is that it makes it less strenuous to hold your instrument up because the sponges keep the instrument from slipping. So every now and then I'll see someone with the pink sponges and I'll be like, "Hey." Makes it sound like a secret organization. I mean, kind of. They have like a yearly conference. There's like a yearly viola conference based on Karen Tuttle, I'm pretty sure. I've never been to it. But there's a there's a professor at Tanglewood. I don't know if you guys know Tanglewood. The Boston University Tanglewood Institute. It's like a music thing. But the teacher there actually teaches the that technique, and that is where I learned it from. I like the booty. Yeah, they call it booty. The Boston University Tanglewood Institute, they call it booty. Yeah, it's a very well-known summer institute for musicians. I was in the booty. Yeah, I was in the booty. Study some booty. Yeah. starting to think musicians are just pervs. I mean, they probably are. Like, we're just people. I'm not saying I am, but we're just people, man. They sounded anal about it. My teacher was against shoulder rest because he hated us. I mean, one of the very best teachers I've ever had was against shoulder rests. And he told me he tries to get all of his students to get off the shoulder rest. I think I was like one of the only failed ones. Like I really tried my hardest for like 2 months. But then one day he would just like, you know what, just put it back on. I really tried my hardest. It was just too hard. It was too difficult. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Also, look at Malleus. Look at him. Now I can consider him a tax write-off. Oh. Let me put this back. Oh, I forgot. Another thing I wanted to show you guys. Also has my name on it, but only on the back. A lot of musicians nowadays don't use like paper sheet music because it's like inconvenient and also just sucks to physically turn pages, right? So a lot of us use iPads. There's like an app on the iPad that it's just so much easier to use because you only have to carry one thing. No matter where you go, you always have your music with you. As for page turns, we don't like. It's still kind of a hassle to like reach over and go like that to turn the page. So what we have is a foot pedal. And basically, you just turn it on, and then this turns the page forward, and this turns the page backwards. And there's like different settings. I've never actually used the other settings, but it's so convenient. It's very, very convenient. You don't even have to take your hands, because like the thing with string players, right? We're holding something in both hands. We have one object in one hand and another object in another hand. It's so much of a hassle to like turn the page. What I used to do, either put the bow down and turn the page, or because what you can do if you have a shoulder rest, if you play with a shoulder rest, you can keep your instrument clamped between your shoulder and your chin without supporting it with your hand. So I would just take off my hand and then just flip the page while clamping my instrument between my shoulder and my chin. But now, I can just step on this. It's cool. That's why you have stand partners. Still sucks though, because you have to turn the... When there's so many pages, and you have to dog ear every single one of them, and it's still like... You're fumbling with the pages to flip it in time. It sucks. I hate it. Innovation, man. Innovation. The page flip foot pedal made so much money for that company. Page. Yeah. They have like different models. I don't really know what the different models are. Like, I don't know the difference really. I think there's different settings. But this pedal is like $100. I considered it worth it. It's so convenient. If you play a decent amount of music, it's worth. Zen, thank you for Super Chat. Clearly your fault for not learning the oboe and the bassoon like a true she-chad. I blame the public school system. Woodwind gang, rise up. I don't play the oboe or bassoon, but I do play flute and saxophone. I didn't have enough time to practice every single one of them. At around middle school, I was a pretty equal level in all of them, because for some reason I was correct in middle school and I was able to like practice all of them. Also, I was just at a lower level in general, so it's easier to maintain a lower level. But if you want to push higher, it's just... I can't dedicate... You have to choose one thing. Like, I can't dedicate that much time. I really wish I had the time to dedicate to each and every single one, but I don't. She peaked in middle school. See, like, the thing is, the standard is just way lower. The standard is just way lower when you're in middle school, rather than now when I'm literally in, like, a professional sphere. The reason why I, like, don't really take compliments and anything, and I'm not really fazed by anyone, like, it's not because I don't think they're good, it's just that I'm constantly surrounded by people who are, like, up there, you know? Like, I'm not really phased anyway, just like, I just expect everyone to be around at that point. It's like, I have a very skewed standard because of that. Oh. Were you in your school's band and orchestra? I was in band in elementary school. Everyone freaking dude. Everyone was so freaking bad. We had a beginning band and then an intermediate band. I was in the beginning band the first year and I learned flute, but I also had a private teacher. And I swear to God, I didn't understand why. Like, I'm not trying to flex, but like, how are some people so bad? Like, and then the next year I signed up for the intermediate one because they're like, oh yes, after you play 1 year of an instrument, then you're ready to move on to the intermediate band. And I was like, okay, cool, but I'm kind of bored of playing flute in this band because you all suck. So I'm just gonna change instruments and not like tell anyone. So basically what I did was, before, like 1 or 2 weeks before the intermediate band met for the first time, I got a saxophone. My parents bought me like a $200, $300 saxophone from Amazon. And I got one private lesson. And then I went to the intermediate thing and the teacher was like, what the hell? Why are you holding a different instrument? And I was like, trust. I got this, trust. I was still better than everyone else. I don't, like... I swear, like, I'm not trying to flex. I just genuinely don't understand how you can play an instrument for 1 year and still play hot cross buns that badly. Like, I don't understand. Like, I don't get it. A lot of people are being forced to play at that age, so they don't care. I don't know, like, a lot of people, like, genuinely really wanted to, like, they chose the instrument themselves and everything. So I'm like, what? What do you mean you play for 1 year and you can only play one note? What do you mean? Bad practice method, yeah. That's why I said, like, it doesn't... You can't ask someone how much do you practice, because someone can literally practice for 4 hours and get, like, nothing out of it. I know a lot of people who just run their pieces for 4 hours. I'm like, what are you getting out of that? If you're at the point that you just need to practice performing, okay. But if you're actually practicing the piece, like, what are you... What are you getting out of just running it over and over again? But yeah. I was in orchestra in middle school. I will say that they were definitely better than the elementary school band. Still not very good though. Still not very good. I was also in orchestra in high school. They were also still not very good. Genuinely, like, I have only seen like one high school orchestra that's like it it's not really fair to judge like middle school and high school in these standards, but like in terms of just saying like it's like well listenable. I've only heard like one. Like I've been to Allstate. And even Allstate was bad. So yeah. Didn't you go to a good high school though? I did. I went to a public high school. It was a good high school, but like the orchestra was not very good. There was one other person who I can say was a very good musician. Other than that, don't let the kids show their art to Uruka. Got it. I mean, like, I'm not gonna judge middle schoolers and high schoolers at the same standard that I judge other people. Like, I can say that for like a high school, this is very good, or for a middle school, this is very good. But I'm just saying in general, like, I wouldn't want to listen to that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're from Cali, then Allstate's gonna be nuts. Yeah, sure. We'll just yeah, sure. Yeah. Like in a good way, or like? Yeah, we'll just say that. Honestly, like the middle school jazz band at Allstate was like the best one out of all of them. But that's probably because I don't play jazz. Like it's really easy for me to say, oh my god, this person's so good at piano, because I don't play piano. But if you bring me something that I am well versed in, obviously I have a lot more knowledge to judge on. Like I don't play jazz, so I was like, oh my god, that was so good. But anyways, I don't think I have a green baby that Leah gave me. I don't think this has anything to do with my gear, but if we're talking about middle school, then they're gonna be asked. But high school, no, they showcase all the schools. I'm not gonna name names. What the fuck? Let's just say that the premier ensemble at California Allstate was a little and the other ones were worse. So yeah. I'm trying to see if I have any other equipment. I don't think I do. Express yourself. You flexing? Our bear really does think she's good. In comparison to school ensembles? Yeah. Yes. But again, my standard is different. I'm surrounded by super cracked people at all times. Like, I don't think you quite understand. Like, when people tell me that their high school ensemble was really good, like, the standard is just different. I don't mean to diminish anyone. Like, you could be really good for a high school ensemble, but the standard is just different. I don't know. I'm not saying that I am good enough for any really high level ensembles or anything, but I'm just I'm just saying that because I am constantly around these kinds of people that are, I don't think that I'm very good, and anyone that's worse than me is also not very good. I don't know. It's just, I personally think I'm not great, but that's only because that I know these super cracks people. Girl, your violin streams are amazing. Thanks. I don't really think they're that good, but thank you. It's crazy because it's just supposed to be fun, but then you get crazy egotism. I don't know. I know so many people who are so good, and they know they are. But you know what? They get to be egotistical because, dear Lord, Jesus Christ. Medica BG, thank you for super chat. This Justin Bear absolutely ravages innocent high school students. Reportedly, they were bad at music. More at 11. Thanks for super chat. Okay, I mean, like, if I put this into another perspective, like, how do you say? I don't know how to put this into other terms. How do you say this? If you have a PhD in math, obviously people taking high school math don't know the math that you know, but for high schoolers, they could be very smart. Does that make sense? It's like comparing high school art to something professional. Well, there could be high school artists that do meet that standard. Yeah. Do you have a PhD in violin? No, I don't. But I'm trying to come up with a comparison that you understand. Now you're just being insulted. How is that insulting? How is that insulting? What the fuck? What? I'm just judging people by their expected skill level? I don't know. How do you explain that? I am just trying to explain to you. That is why I don't think I am good. Because I compare myself to the other people that I am around. Might as well just be honest and fully commit to insult them harshly. They suck. Everyone else sucks. Everyone else is stupid. But yeah, I don't know, because my Prodigy uncle, for example, how do I compare that? How do I compare that? You can't. So sure, I could be very much comparing to people less. I don't want to say less, under the skill level. But I also very much compare to myself that are way above my skill level. It doesn't only go one way. You really can't help. It's a lot like content creation. Like, you really can't help from comparing to other people. No matter if you want to or not, like, you will compare yourself. Prodigy uncle? Yeah, I talked about earlier in the stream, I had a violin prodigy uncle. And I don't mean that in a light sense either. He was a genuine prodigy. Do you believe prodigies are real? I do. I do believe prodigies are real. But obviously it only comes with a lot of hard work on their part. It's not only because they have talent. Genuinely, like, a lot of prodigies are prodigies because of a mix of talent, and also they practice a whole lot while they're young. I didn't actually practice that much until a lot later. Is your uncle a music maker? No, he got burnt out in high school. And he became a dentist. Oh my god, my hand. Are you contracted now or freelance musician? I am freelance mostly. I mean, I'm contracted. I'm contracted to Face Connect. I don't want to be in an orchestra. A lot of people tell me to. But the thing about orchestras is that you very much have to, like, just to put this into perspective, the only ensembles that you're gonna make 6 figures from is, like, there's only like 3 in the entirety of the United States. Only 3 of them will get you like 6 figures. And it is almost impossible to get into those because people get the job and then they don't leave until they die. Like, they literally just stay there. That's why they're all like older people, because they just stay there because they can, because they're making good money, you know? Why would they leave? Any other orchestra that's not those 3, you're basically, okay, there's one that's like pretty much 1 step down from the 3 of them, okay? 1 step down and your yearly salary is like 50 or 60k. There's a huge difference. And under the one step down, you don't even get a salary. You're paid by the rehearsal or by the amount of events that they have. And you maybe get like $400 or $500 each time. Maybe even less. So you could be like the principal cellist of like I can't even think of any right now. Some kind of orchestra, professional orchestra, but still like barely make anything. That's why a lot of people have to do several different things at once. Like teaching actually makes a good amount of money. But I'm scared to teach because I'm not a very good teacher. I'm not very good. You can charge a lot of money for teaching though. You need connections to get into the ensemble too. Well, yes. Well, that can help, but like they do the auditions blind, which helps a lot. Which that wasn't the case before. They didn't have blind auditions, so at a certain point, and that was kind of She doesn't have the patience to deal with a student, I think. What do you mean I don't have the patience? I'm literally one of the most patient Phase Connect members. What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean? I have so much patience. The life of a musician. I mean, you can also do things like opera or Broadway. I think those actually require more connections than a like ensemble. That's a low bar. Dude, I am very patient, okay? Like, I've been told directly by Mumi. She was like, "Thank you for being so chill." And I was like, "What do you mean?" I don't cause that many problems. I don't cause that many issues, okay? It's called being a pushover. Well, I do have patience. I do have patience. Your way of teaching feels passive-aggressive. I haven't even taught you! This is completely different from teaching you how to play an instrument. If you think I'm arrogant, you should hear the other people! You should hear the other people! I am constantly around people who tell me about their auditions and they're like, "Oh yeah, they didn't take me because I was too good for them." What the fuck? What the... Okay. Alright. Okay. I don't see how you're making me feel very threatened right now. You should be threatened. You should be threatened. I'm very scary. I'm very scary. I'm going to bed scared tonight. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, in terms of violists are generally like the most chill people I've met. The big-headed ones are the violinists. By far. Violinists are definitely very, yeah. Violists are pretty chill, though. There are definitely a few. There's some that are chill, but are still kind of ego, but like, it's like in a kind of funny way. I had a teacher throw a stand out of frustration multiple times. That doesn't sound like a very good teacher, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, that doesn't sound like a very good teacher. The best teachers are the ones that are calm and understanding, but also know how to push. Also know how to push your own standards, I guess. No, none of that whiplash stuff. None of that whiplash stuff. What instrument do the crazy energy drink addicts play? I don't know. I don't really look at people drinking energy drinks. I don't notice when people play or drink energy drinks. It's all about the passive aggression. No, man, no. How many of the calm ones did you have? 2. I haven't had that many teachers, but I've had 2. My very first violin teacher, he was a great teacher. He was a really good teacher. I also never spoke to him. He was a super old dude that like moved from China, and he was so nice. He was so calm, and he always explained things really clearly, and he also didn't mind that much that I was effectively mute as a child. He was very accommodating to me. A very shy mute kid. One-way communication. I mean, I would communicate just in a different way. I would communicate with like nodding or shaking my head, or sometimes if I really needed to get things through, I would like write it. Sometimes he'd be like, "Oh, tell me blah blah blah," and I would just be like, and he's like, "Oh, it's okay, just write it down." I was like, "Okay." Forgot about you being mute as a kid. Yeah, that was a time. You know, non-verbal communication at a young age is a sign of autism. And no, I had selective mutism. I wasn't completely mute. This is why my dad thinks I have a personality disorder. Because every time he passes by my room when I'm streaming, he's like super shocked because he thinks it's a different person. But yeah. And then yeah, I've never had like a terrible teacher. I've had one that like barely taught me anything, which I guess that was the worst. Like I haven't had a terrible teacher. That one barely did anything in terms of like technique. I barely got better. Like I was pretty stagnant with that teacher because I just didn't even learn anything really. That's also the time that I got injured for the first time as well, which probably has to do with it. I also took a lot of breaks. I got burnt out. I thought you live alone. What does that have to do? I do live alone. What does that have to? Oh no. I meant like when I'm like over at sometimes I bring my setup back home or somewhere else, and they're around. But I do live alone right now for the most part. I had selective mutism as a kid. They sent me to speech therapy. See, I don't think my parents didn't realize I had it until like I already kind of somewhat grew out of it, which was like already too late. Like straight up, they would just like yell at me. Well, not Father Bear. He's not really a yeller. Mama Bear would just yell at me because she thought I was just like not talking to people on purpose. And only it was later that she realized that it wasn't on purpose. But yeah, I had a lot of periods of burnout. The very first time that I got tendinitis was in this arm right here when I was 13. Because I was holding my bow wrong. And I continued to hold my bow wrong until I got a better teacher. And I spent a whole year only doing bow exercises. I did not play a single thing. I only did bow exercises for the whole entire year. Just get that into your head for a second. It was like the turning point of my playing though. It was so helpful. So if you think I am arrogant, I feel like I've gone through enough to have a little bit of leeway here. I did not play anything that entire year. Just doing these things. That whole entire time, bringing it around, bringing it back. But that is what ultimately saved me from furthering injuring myself. But now I have it in this arm because I went a little too hard and my arm is super tense. So now it's in this one. I also worked on this one a lot. After I did the bow for 1 year, I worked on this as well. Because I was doing one of these kind of motions. This is something you really want to avoid. You do not want to be pushing your wrist out like this when you play. That is how you get injured. So I had to relearn how you place the fingers down, which is like a complete. It's not just changing this. It changes the muscle memory of your fingers as well. I had to almost completely relearn how to play. The only thing that I really kept was my ears. I had to basically just relearn everything. And my ears were the ones that kept me from going out of tune, because like this, going from this to this is a completely different structure. Twinist, thank you for the becoming a member. Welcome to the Uruka gang. It's definitely not a cult. Thank you. Gotta do a year on the other arm. No, okay. It wasn't completely separate. There was an overlap between this one and this one. So this one was like a year, and then this overlapped, and it was like almost a year as well. But yeah, it definitely saved me from getting further injured, because there's some people who have to get surgery from tensing this part too much. It's so easy to get tension in your forearm as a string player. It's so easy, especially if you're not playing it right. And I also went through a period of burnout when I was like 15, so I didn't play. I pretty much didn't play like that entire year. And then after that, I was like, I want to come back again. Yeah. But yeah, it's better now. Like I definitely feel it less, but the other day my left forearm up here was like swollen. Like I was comparing my arms, and the up here was just like, you could tell it was visibly raised. It was bad. It was really bad. I still feel it in this arm, but the thing is, right now the pain is worse in this one than this one. Did you stop because of the tendinitis? Partially, I guess. Partially, it was just I was just tired. Like I'm not really one that real. I'm not really a classical music nerd. Like I love playing. Oh, excuse me. I love playing instruments in general. But a lot of classical music really turns me off from playing. Like, don't get me wrong, like I love a lot of it, but some of it is just like, what the fuck? What the I couldn't deal with it. Like I couldn't deal with it. Do you have to get physio for your condition? I got physical therapy when I was 13, 14. Right now I haven't gotten any. I'm just employing the things that I remember from that time. But if it stays this way for like another week, I might have to seek out someone, because I do still have to play. Like I have things lined up. I still have to play. Classical music as a culture feels a bit pretentious. It is, but the thing is, it was built around pretentiousness. So can you really be surprised Like the only people who could really like afford to listen to classical music before were rich people. The only people who could commission music that they wanted were rich people. You know? So it kind of makes sense. Not that I agree with it, but it makes sense. A lot of Bach's music was written for the church. Yeah, but you have to remember that the church was also like funded by what do you call it? The monarchy. Like the church was like part of the government at the point in time, so they had a lot of money to give to the music people. I don't exactly know the historical terms that well, but you know what I mean, right? Yeah, the church had a lot of money at the time. Zan says thank you for super chat. Hope you don't suffer long-term condition. Please prioritize yourself if needed. The Urukan will work harder to bankroll you instead. Thank you. I feel like I've driven away a lot of people with the classical musician sphere talk. But that's literally how that sphere is. Like I'm not, it's like 10, 15, 20 times worse. in the actual like, it's so much worse when you're actually in it. The elitism is terrible because I am like on the bottom end of that because I'm not actually like, I don't actually listen to classical music. I don't know if you understand that. I don't listen to classical music. But a lot of these people know like everything and anything about like any composer or any classical music piece or anything, and I'm like, I'm just here to vibe. Like, I'm just here to play, you know, like if I'm playing something I might search it up, but like I don't just have a backlog of knowledge about that, you know. Uruka, are you an aristocrat? I am not an aristocrat. I am not. Surprise, surprise, I am not a rich royal that grew up in a castle. The Mozart and Bach stands. Dude, people who unironically listen to Mozart and Bach are genuinely psychopaths. Like, classical era and Baroque era. Okay, this is also something to distinguish because I see a lot of people get confused. Also, I'm just using the hand cam as a way to like express myself now. I see a lot of people get confused between classical music and the classical era of music. You can have classical music that is not from the classical era of music. There is modern classical music because classical music is separate from the classical era of music. So if you talk about Baroque music or Romantic music or contemporary music, there's still classical music as a genre, but they're just not from the classical era. I just can't deal with classical music, man. I can't. Romantic. My favorite era is Romantic. I don't know if you can tell by the way that I play. I play super romantic style. Like, I don't know if you could tell. Like, I play super romantic, a little bit contemporary, I guess. But I am very much a romantic enjoyer. Baroque and classical are best. Romantic not nearly as good. See, I have it switched. I really like romantic. Classical and Baroque are like my least favorite. Baroque is probably my least favorite, then classical. Contemporary is just a whole nother thing. Contemporary, I have thoughts, but I really, really love romantic. Is romantic style actually about love? Okay, so basically, the romantic era started. Molly, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Welcome. Basically, the reason why romantic. I don't know if that's why it's called romantic, but the romantic era of music was much more emotion driven than previous music, because before, a lot of music was written for like like church, you know, or it's like rich people who are like, write this for me, you know, blah blah blah. So they needed to please the people who were they needed to please the church and the rich people. But there was a turning point around, I forgot what years. I don't remember which year it was. Maybe somewhere like 1700s, 1800s. That music started to become a more like public thing, because like patronage was like starting to become less of a thing. And the composers realized that in order to write music that would get them money, they needed to appeal to a wider general audience. And that is why the romantic era music is a lot more emotional than previously, because before they were just writing for certain occasions. But they really wanted to like appeal to the emotions of the general public in the romantic era, which is why, at least to me, they sound a lot better. So they're generally a lot more, yeah. So, I don't know. A lot of people talk about like the styles of certain composers, and I don't really know if it's like actually their personal style or not, because they could have developed their style for a certain purpose, like to please the church or to please the royals and elites and stuff, or to please the general audience. They could have developed a certain style for that. I don't know if that was their personal style though, because like I don't know which things that they wrote for themselves and which was not for themselves. Maybe they just didn't write any music for themselves. Like Tchaikovsky literally wrote music so that he could stay alive. I don't think you could call that his style of music. He was literally fighting for his life. To please the royals, not to behead them. Okay, I don't know if they would behead them, but like Tchaikovsky was like, music helped him live. Yeah. I don't know how to... So Tchaikovsky was gay. Tchaikovsky was a gay guy in a time in Russia that being gay was not exactly allowed. So in order, he realized that the way to stay alive still isn't okay. I don't know about this stuff. I don't know if it's allowed or not anymore, but at the time you could get like exiled for being gay. I don't know if it's like that anymore, but but he was like, I don't want to get exiled. So he realized someone like told him that if you please the Tsar, I don't know how to pronounce it, the Tsar, then they'll be a little more lenient. So he wrote super patriotic, like super patriotic Russian music, so that he could be on good terms with the Tsar, so that he wouldn't be exiled. Yay. Ham, thank you for the super chat. He's just like you, for real. I'm not gay. I'm not gay or Russian. Bro. What am I? I am not a Lesmaxer. I'm not a Lesmaxer. You're not Russian? Yeah, I actually never told you guys this before, but I'm actually not Russian. Can you believe that? But yeah. Why do you remember this? I don't know. I don't know why I remember this, okay? I hope it's interesting to hear about though, because there's literally nowhere else I can use this information. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to show you. That's like pretty much all my gear. Someone was asking for my viola. I already showed it, but I can show you again. There you go. I'm not gonna show you the whole thing. That one was named Robert? No, I think that one was named Fred. What up? Wait. What up, guy? Thank you for super chat. As a clinician for work injuries, I recommend a daily 12-minute wrist exercise. Hold a water bottle at your side and rotate it back and forth in a half circle. This boosts flexibility and strength, helping prevent injuries. Okay, but like... the tension is over here. Like... it's bad here, but it's worse over here. I'm mainly just using this so to help with this, but also just so that I don't pick anything up that's like that I shouldn't. You didn't tell us all the instrument's name. Oh, okay. So the viola that I just showed you is Fred. The acoustic violin's name is Toby. The electric violin I actually haven't named. I actually haven't named it. What should I name it? Wolfgang? I'm not gonna name it Wolfgang. Uruka has more meat on her bones. I'm not like super... I'm not a super stick. Like... I have some... There's some give. It's not just bones. That's my veins. Don't look at my veins. Earl, Leslie, Arthur, Bob, Electra. Phase woman hate food. Dude, I gained like 5 pounds in the past week. I was stress eating so much. I literally gained 5 pounds in the past week. Come back when you finally hit triple digits on the... Dude, I've been triple digits. What the hell? The hell? What's the brace for? I have tendinitis. This is not exactly the best brace for tendinitis, but it's the one that I have. And it's better than nothing, so... Architecture bros. I don't think 5 pounds is enough for the architecture bros. By the way, look. Look how cute they are. I don't believe your weight is triple digits. It literally is! It's triple digits. It's not even close to being below. I am. I've been triple digits since I was like 11, man. Although I was kind of fatter before. I was a little chubby. Until I just became skinny for some reason. You finally hit 50 kilos? How much is 50 kilos? I don't think I'm... That sounds like a lot of kilos. 50 key. Oh, that's actually not that much. I didn't know 50. Ooh. 50 kilos is not that much. That's 110 pounds. But yeah. American food stream every week. I can't do it. Should I take lessons on violin? Want to take lessons on some instrument? Yes! Yes! Please do not let me scare you off, okay? This stream was just to show you that the stuff that I use. But mind you, I have been playing these instruments for a very long time. So please do not let me turn you off from playing instruments. Like, please don't. Like, I would really much like it if all of you could pick up an instrument. Like, it's so fun. It's genuinely so fun. It's so nice. Like, the feeling you get, the chemicals that run through your brain, your brain. I was trying to say brain and veins. Your brain and veins and your heart. It feels so nice. I get so much adrenaline from it. Like, this is painful. Not even because of the physical pain, but because I can't play. It's literally, dude, playing instruments is genuinely, like, I don't need drugs. This is why I never take drugs. I just play instruments. It's the same thing. You don't even need to take drugs, just play an instrument. Yeah. I am literally an instrument addict. Like, the first time I got my hands on a guitar, I never touched a guitar before that. But I literally practiced the same chords for 5 hours straight the moment I unpacked that guitar. My hands were dying, but like, I just couldn't stop, man. I could not stop. It was very painful, but I could not stop. The 43rd Guru, thank you for the member chat. Your streams make me want to pick up piano again. You should. You should do it. You should do it. Please. Please do it. It does seem it costs as much as an expensive habit. Okay. Let me clarify, okay? The only reason why I have all of this, like, if I didn't actually play anymore, I wouldn't bother. But I do still play for like actual things and stuff. So I do want to maintain that. If you're just learning, if you're starting out learning, beginning, you don't need to have all this. You do not need to have all this. Like, I've been at it for like 15 years ish. That's the only reason why. I have friends who used to be super cracked that they stopped playing. They don't keep it up anymore. They don't buy it anymore. They don't have to spend money on it anymore. But as long as you keep playing, you still have to. But you can definitely buy cheaper things that still function good enough. Like, even if you're gonna play gigs, like if you're gonna play like for a wedding or just like some like company events or something, like I know people who do gigs a lot and they get a lot of like company gigs, weddings. You don't even need to have like a professional setup for that because people can't tell the difference. Like normal people cannot tell the difference. You don't need to have that. You really don't. It's not necessary. So, like, don't let that stop you. Do not let that stop you at all. Like, entry level. But I will say, if you're just starting out, for a string instrument, if you want to play violin, please, for the love of God, for the love of God, do not completely cheap out on a starter instrument, because if you buy a really cheap instrument, that's actually going to be harder, like way harder to play than a slightly, okay, I don't know, a more expensive cheap instrument because of the way that it's built. If you buy an Amazon violin for $100 or $200, it is too cheaply built. It is too cheaply built for you to actually be able to play it like well. Like, it's hard for even an actual violin player. It's gonna be even harder for you to learn on it because the way that you draw sound out of it, the sound is just not gonna come out correctly and you'll just be hurting yourself more. How much should we spend on a violin? I said before, but I would say at minimum, if you can find a decent string shop that doesn't rip you off, at minimum, please, at least $400. Out of a pile of different ones, that one was the best one. Out of that price range, you can go to a string shop. You can go to a string shop and say, "Oh, my budget is like $400 to $500," and they'll bring out some. You can try it, or if you know someone who plays violin, bring them with you. Bring them with you so that they can actually show you what it's gonna sound like. But I chose. Oh, is it lagging? Am I back now? Am I back now? Am I back now? We're back? Okay, we're back. I don't know what I cut off on. But yeah, if you want to get a violin, if you do know someone who plays violin, bring someone with you so that they can show you what it sounds like. But I chose a pretty good $400 violin. That actually, it sounded pretty good. Like, it sounded pretty good. And I didn't need it like a year or two later. So I sold it for $800. Profit! You can definitely find quality instruments as long as you have a good ear or someone you know has a good ear. You can find a decent instrument for like not that much. But please don't buy the factory made Amazon violins. Please avoid factory made string instruments. Unless it's an electric instrument, please avoid factory made instruments. There's plenty of like affordable beginner instruments at actual string shops. The Grease Man, thank you for super chat. Beautiful string section founding when? What do you mean? Are we gonna have a Urufu Gang string band? Agamada, thank you for super chat. Strad violins on Amazon for 900 to 2,000, fake or real? Okay, so the Strad instruments that you see that are listed online around that price range are actually factory produced copies of Strads. So they're not bad. Like, they're decent for like a I don't know, intermediate student or advanced student. They're fine. Like, they're probably fine. But they are still like factory made, or at least not. I don't know if factory made is a thing, but like mass produced. They're mass produced copies of the Strads, and they're definitely not gonna sound like a Strad, but like that's what they base it off of. There's plenty of like Strad or Goneri copies that go tens of thousands, even though they're just copies. They're still handmade. They were just copied to sound like them. So there's a difference between like the good copies and the less good copies, but the less good copies are still pretty decent. You're not gonna find an actual Strad on Amazon. You can't even find an actual Strad in an like actual violin shop. That's not gonna happen. Like, doesn't even compare. Strads cost millions of dollars. Not even gonna compare. Couldn't Fishman buy you a Strad and write it off as a business expense? I don't think Fishman has enough money. I don't think Fishman has $50 million to buy a Strat. Also, even if you have the money, there has to be a Strat on the market for you to buy. Like, there's not just Strats around. Part of the reason why Strats are so expensive is because there's not that many of them. And you can't recreate them anymore, because part of the reason why they sound so good is because the wood is old. Someone previously asked about used instruments. You actually want to buy used instruments. Used/old instruments for string instruments are actually better than new ones. Although, nowadays they're making new instruments that sound pretty good. So that might be a little invalid now, but I haven't gone shopping for instruments in a long time, so I don't know. But the old wood makes it sound really nice. The aged wood is really nice. Is that why your starter doubled in value? I mean, I will say I probably broke it in, yeah. And like their teacher was like, "Oh, it sounds good." They didn't say anything about the price, so like they thought it was worth 800. They didn't say anything. So, you know, they could have said something, but they didn't. But yeah. Yeah. If you don't have that much money and you want to buy a violin, just save up at least $400. Like, at least. You didn't even have to hustle to sell it high. Yeah. I mean, like, if you have a good ear and a demand from people, you really could just go around and and find good violins at a cheap price from all the shops and just sell them from higher. Cause it's really a hassle to go to the shop and test all of the violins to see in your price range and just to see which ones are nice. Cat98, thank you for super chat. Anything is worth what someone is willing to pay. Exactly. I mean, even I thought it was worth more than 400. But I wasn't about to complain for them selling it to me for 400. Like, yeah. How many violins have you owned in your life? I have, including like my beginner ones, because those ones are absolute shit. I had one half-size violin. That's the one I started on. And then I had a 3/4 size violin. And then I moved to a full size. I still have that one. I never play it. I left it at Bear Family Home because I don't actually need it. Including those, okay, 1, 2, 3. And then after that, I bought Toby, which is the one that I have right now, the acoustic 4. And then I have my beater violin, that's 5. Electric violin, 6. So 6 of them. But I personally really wouldn't count the ones that I don't own. $800 for Uruka's personally played instrument would be a collector's item. I mean, what would you do with it though? Like, you want me to sign it? Another thing about instruments, they kind of work like cars. Like, a lot of the parts on an instrument might actually not be original. As long as the main body is still the same, it's still pretty much like, some even have the whole back part replaced. And I'm like, at that point, like, what? Okay. Yeah, so a lot of these older instruments, they weren't just pristine for like that one, the one that I own, I'm pretty sure is like 300 years old. It wasn't just like fine for that entire time. It's just that the body of it is the same. Everything else is pretty much replaced. Some instruments are just plain old lemons. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Yeah. Some repairs require taking the back off, but honestly not a big deal. I haven't had to get any repairs like that before. Thank God, because once you get like once you damage the body of the instrument, it might not ever sound the same ever again. So that's why when my violin broke a year ago, I was so relieved that it was just like the part that was glued onto, like a little tiny bit of the wood came off, but none of the body was actually damaged, which is like, thank God. But also like a lot has to happen in order for the wood to get damaged. We're not gonna get into that. I always find it funny that as a collector and how restoration is viewed in different communities, where it can increase in one but demolish the value in another. Well, the thing is, like, obviously you want it to be as original as possible, but if you don't replace it, it's just gonna rot away, so it's not gonna be usable anymore. So if it comes to the case that you need to replace it, yeah, it'll be better to replace it than not. I'm not gonna tell you exactly how much my instruments costed. I don't really want to get into that. But just know that it's like I told you, like my viola bow was 2,500. Just the bow. The stick that you used to play. Four figures. Yes, sure, yes, 4 figures. Yeah. I'm not gonna tell you. I don't I don't want to get into that. But just know that you do not need to have that. You shouldn't. If you're a beginner, you shouldn't have that. Don't buy super expensive stuff if you're just starting to learn an instrument. It's not gonna be worth it. Believe it or not, it's like harder to play out of an expensive instrument. Okay, when I say there's a scale, okay? Super cheap instruments, very difficult to play. No one can make it sound like very good. Middle ground, easy to play, easy to draw sound out of. Higher ground, more difficult to play. It's harder to draw sound out of. So if you're in this range, you don't need to go for the ones over here. Like, it's just gonna make it harder for yourself to learn. You have to learn on an easier to play instrument first before you get the expensive ones, because the expensive ones are harder to draw sound out of. Because a lot of them are meant to project into very large halls. So they just like, you really gotta rip it out. Like, so yeah. If you want to play a wind instrument, I don't really know how to help you with that. I've only had super cheap wind instruments. I don't really know that much about wind instruments because I never went that far with them. Agemada, thank you for super chat. This is why she lives in a mold-infested apartment. My apartment is just very humid. Like, it doesn't ventilate very well. I don't know why. But yeah, I have wind instrument friends who have told me that wind instruments kind of work like iPhones. Like, apparently wind instruments kind of work like iPhones. Like they have models. They have specific brands that have specific models, and they have like a flagship model that a lot of people want. So apparently, I have a bassoon player friend. Apparently, there's this one brand of bassoon that is so sought after that they have a 10-year waitlist. They have a 10-year waitlist because the pro bassoon players really want to get they all want to get their hands on this one kind of bassoon. Yeah, and like clarinets as well. Apparently there's like one specific like flagship model from one specific brand that like all the pro players want to play. That's completely different from string instruments. The string instruments are all like they're all different from me. They're all like one of a kind, unless you buy a factory-made, mass-produced instrument, which you don't want. At that level, you don't want. It's a Japanese company, right? I actually don't remember. I don't remember what it is. But yeah. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Mr. Hasane, thank you for the chat. As a wind instrument player, buy new. Buying used is a huge issue since you worry about buying high pitch and potential repairs, and buying new is easy. I don't know about that. I just know that they kind of work like iPhones. And like everyone wants these very, very sought after instruments, and they're like 20-30K. Which I guess for like professional instrument is actually not that bad from like a string perspective. My teacher's bow. I told you guys this story before. But he was like, "Oh yes, this bow is very nice. It sounds very good, and it's actually very affordable because like, they're like a very, they're kind of like second or third generation, so they're not a very old line of makers. So it's very affordable. It's a very good investment because they're gonna be more expensive later on." And I was like, "Oh, affordable. Okay, maybe like." In his mind, what is affordable? Maybe like 5K. So I was like, oh, maybe I should get one. And he was like, I was like, oh, how much is it? And he was like, oh, it's quite affordable. It's like 16,500. I was like, what? What? I'm never asking this man ever again. I am never. Affordable. See, this is why the term affordable in like music is very different from just in general. Why is this stuff all so expensive? They're all handmade. They're all handmade. Like that my bow has the maker's name engraved on it. They're all handmade. For string instruments, you don't really want to get a factory produced instrument. Those are not very good. Even the beginner instruments are handmade. The $400 beginner instruments are also handmade. They're just not as well handmade. But yeah. $16,500 in labor for a bow. Well, it's like, I don't exactly know how they price these things, but like, you can tell the difference. Like, if you use it, you can tell the difference. I don't know how to explain it to you, but some bows, the cheaper bows just don't like, the balance is not very good, the draw is not very good. It just doesn't work as well. I I don't know how to explain it to you. Can you tell the difference? Yes. Yes, I can. And it's not like the price either. Like, they cover the prices. There's like the price on it, but they cover it when they give it to you to test. So that you don't let the prices skew your thought. Because a lot of people are like, oh yes, more expensive is better. So there's like a thing that covers the prices. Once you actually find one that you like, then you flip it and then you see the price. Because like, some people are just like, yes, expensive equals good. But yeah. Oh. Violin gacha? I wouldn't say it's gacha because you gotta choose. You gotta choose. Oh. I used to think that way too, Uruka, but it's not always the case. Exactly, it's not always the case that expensive equals better. Like that $16,500 bow apparently was on par with other professional bows that were like 30K. So... But it's definitely better than mine. But yeah. I mean, the thing is, I don't really buy anything else. That's the thing. I do not really buy anything else. I'm using like the same other things for a very long time. Food and music is all I really spend my money on. And the only reason why I spend a decent amount on good food is because I have a strange condition that I just never really have an appetite and food just doesn't go down. And like the only way for me to actually get some food down is if it's like something that I actually like. So wet bread. Yeah, that's for the quick times though. If I want to have an actual good meal, I have to actually buy good food. But yeah. See, the thing is with instruments, you have to think to yourself like the improvement margin between these instruments from beginner to advanced, like say from a $400 instrument to a from a $4,000 instrument to like a $2,000, $3,000 instrument, the difference is pretty big. But once you start going from 10K onwards, like the difference is like, you know, it's way smaller the more you go. So it's kind of just, you just have to think to yourself like, is it worth it? Like, is it worth it or not? If it is, if you think it's worth it, then go for it. Huh. Is this the reason you have almost no cooking capability because you spent all of your money on music instruments? I mean, I am able to cook. Can I cook good food? That's a different story. No, I never cooked. Like growing up, I never cooked at home because I was always told to focus on school and on music. Mostly on school, actually. I spent way too much time on school, so I did not. My parents were like, well, we will cook everything, you do school. Yeah. So now I just don't really like, I can cook, I can feed myself, it's just like not the best food. You know. Yeah, I don't know, I don't think that the time that I spent doing schoolwork, I regret it. I regret it a lot. Like, even if I practiced more, I think I would have gotten more out of that time than doing schoolwork. Like, nowadays, when I do actually practice, I do practice around 4 to 8 hours in a day. That was the time that I was spending doing homework at the time. Maybe even 10 hours back at the time. I don't think I really got anything out of that because it was just like stupid busy work that I don't even remember anymore. I really wish that I spent time on other things, or maybe just like playing some video games or something. Not that I really had anything to play video games on. I wish that I had more fun before. But that's probably why I let loose now. That's probably why I barely care about my grades anymore. Who does 10 hours of homework? Look, when you're in a very, very competitive school, you gotta fight for your life, you know? You gotta fight for your life, man. That's why you play Supermarket Sim for 12 hours now. Exactly. Why do school? Why do school when I can do Supermarket Simulator for 12 hours? Go out clubbing. I've never been clubbing. It doesn't exactly sound like the best time. It seems a little too loud and sweaty. Bet the best kids just play games all day and ace tests. Okay, I don't really know how to put this in perspective, but like, I know, I wouldn't say several, but multiple people who got a 1500 or a 1520 on the SAT, and they were like, no, I need to retake it. The highest score is 1600. Why are you retaking a 1500? Why? Especially 1520? Like, what the fuck? Like, those are the people that I was competing with. And that is why I was doing homework for 10 hours a day. I don't get it. It doesn't even guarantee you anything if you get a 1600. I know people who actually got 1600 and still got rejected. Like, it doesn't make any sense. As for me, I did not study for the test at all. I did not study for the test at all. The only reason why I took it was because the schools that I wanted to go to required a score. They required that I send in a score. And I was like, okay, fine, I'll take it. I fell asleep during the SAT. Dude, who decides that the SAT is at 8 in the morning? Or was it 8? 7:30? 8? Either 7:30 or 8 in the morning. I fell asleep in the middle of the test. Demonio, thank you for the member chat. Based. I didn't care though, so you know, it's fine. How did you survive after your parents found out? Well, I didn't tell them that I fell asleep. I didn't tell them. Did you get a 1600? No. I got a pretty bad score though. I did not study. See, a lot of these people go to the SAT prep things, right? And they tell you all the tricks you need to know. They tell you like how the test works and the tricks that you need to know to like get around it fast. I never did it. I did not study. I fell asleep in the middle. Yeah. I think I got... This is a long time ago. I think I got a 1310 or something. Something like that. It was not the greatest score, but I got a 700 on math. I remember I got a 700 on math. And then I got like 600 something on English because I fell asleep during the English part. I can't fucking read, okay? It's 8 in the morning. I can't freaking read. Words aren't going into my head. I also got a 2 on the AP Lang test because I also fell asleep during that. Do you see a pattern here? Anything that requires reading random ass passages and answering comprehension questions, and it's early in the morning, I'll fall asleep. I got a 2 on the AP Lang test and I fell asleep in the... I don't think I would have gotten any better if I didn't fall asleep though. Mikhail, thank you for super chat. Glad to see you back, Bear. Holiday boxes came in yesterday and rolled both a Slippas and an Urukadaki, so seems I've used up all my gacha luck for the year. You got Urukadaki! Oh my god, you have to show me. Do you have a Twitter? You should hashtag Urufugang. I want to see your haul. I want to see your haul. Got a 1330 because I couldn't care enough to study. Fist bump, my dude. Fist. My brother. My brother. Literally, I see words and I just like, if I don't actually know the topic, if it's a topic that I actually understand, I can read it. But if it's not, I'm just blinking. I just blink. I just blink. You know, one of my... Oh my god, wait, I forgot. I totally forgot. I'm doing a presentation. I'm gonna do a presentation stream this week. I forgot if it was Friday or Saturday, about the weird culture of American college application culture. It's crazy, man. It's a whole nother world. It's crazy. So we can talk about that more during that stream. Ironic, not much of a reader, but here she is reading chats. See, it's different reading chats than reading a random ass article about some random ass thing that you don't care about. The process gets crazier each year, dude. Yeah, every year I look at the US news things, and every year the acceptance rates are getting lower and lower and lower, and I'm like, at what point does it just become like 1%? I cannot imagine applying to schools right now. Like, it was already bad. It was already bad when I was applying, but it's so much worse now. It is so much worse now. It's crazy. It's getting so much worse. Oh my god. Thank you for the super chat. Coffee for the sleepyhead ESL moldy illiterate blue bear. Okay, let me tell you, I'm not actually ESL. Like, I know it seems like I am, but I'm not actually ESL. Which is why it makes it even more sad that I just can't fucking read. I just can't read, guys. Ugh. Acceptance rate getting lower, but are the students getting smarter? No, they're not. The only reason why the acceptance rates get lower is because more people apply each year. So, just to put into perspective, you guys know UC Berkeley? I think this year they had 150,000 applicants. So it's not it's not that the schools are getting better, it's just that more people are applying. Listen, man, thank you for the member chat. Today, Uruka's doing deep dives and Leah threw up on stream. Must be opposite day. Welcome back to Streamer Life Crippled ESL Music Bear. What do you mean opposite day? I don't throw up on stream every day. What the hell? Bruh. But you have accent. I don't have an accent. I have a pretty normal accent. I have a... I thought I have a standard accent. Do I have a non-standard accent? I sound normal. But UC Berkeley was always hard to get into. Okay, but not that hard. It wasn't that hard. Like, I'm a Berkeley hater, by the way. I hate Berkeley so much. I didn't even apply. I hate Berkeley. I don't have an accent is the most American thing you... That's why I said I have a standard accent. Oh my god. That's why I said I have a standard accent. Everyone has an accent. It's just whether or not it's different from the rest of the people around. Did they personally offend you? Yeah, by existing. I don't know, man. The people there just rub me off the wrong way. They're so pretentious, man. I hate them. Also, the campus is ugly. It's so ugly. It is so freaking ugly. Complaining about pretentiousness in this stream? Dude, straight up, there are people there that are like... There's one like infamous post on Reddit. There was like a UC Berkeley student that was like, how come people at this school don't treat me like I'm above them, but everyone else from like UC San Diego or UC Santa Barbara, they always treat me so well when I tell them that I'm from UC Berkeley. And I'm like, they don't have to. They're like, I always get the, wow, you're so smart. But the people at this school don't treat me any different when I tell them. Why do they think they can do that? Like, I hate them, man. I hate them so much. Abiyasa, thank you for super chat. She doesn't have accent, but her gargling has. My gargling? What do you mean my gargling? She's probably studying at Berkeley and that's why she hates it. If I went to Berkeley, I would still hate it. I graduated from UCSD. Congrats, dude. That's a good school. That's a really good school. I considered going to UCSD, but I didn't. Yeah. I'm a hater, man. I'm a hater. Literally just the college review stream. That's gonna be later. For those of you who don't know the process, it's like actually insane. Like the more I wrote on the PowerPoint, the more I was like, wait, that doesn't make sense to anyone who doesn't know what it is. I have to make another slide just to explain what that is. And oh, just to explain what this is, I have to make another slide as well. Like it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Ever considered Canadian schools? I have, actually. I didn't go, though. How many places did you apply and get accepted to? I applied to 4 and got into 2 of them. Fuck. I don't remember. I think I applied to 10, I think. I applied to 10 and I got into more than half of them, but I honestly don't remember which ones. Like, even if I did, I don't think I would tell you. A lot of people apply to like 15 or 20, not gonna lie. A lot of people just shotgun it and just hope they get into something, which is like, you should not do that. That's why the acceptance rates are so low, because people just shotgun to places that they're definitely not getting into. Yeah. There were only 2 that I actually cared about. The other ones were just like backups. Although one of the backups was like above the 2 that I wanted to go to. I didn't want to go there though. But I didn't even get in. I applied to Rice. Applied to Rice University. Got rejected, but I didn't want to go there anyway, so Rice is weird. It is kind of weird. It's so humid there. It's really humid. Rice University, yeah. That's where the Rice Purity Test came from. That's why it's called the Rice Purity Test, because it was made by students at Rice University. A school gave me scholarship, so I went there. Yeah, I actually got like a good amount of money from the schools that I actually wanted to go to. Which is like, is there actually a God out there? Because like the 2 schools that I got the most money from are the 2 that I actually wanted to go to. Speaking of humid, how's the violin case? It's holding up, it's holding up. I'm just gonna lock it so Fate sometimes aligns. Yeah, fate aligns so well, man. Like, I don't know if this is an act of free will or not, but like, it was literally like my dream school when I was in middle school. But it was only after Brother Bear got in. So I'm like, was it really my choice, or was I influenced? Like, let me switch to my room so that I don't have my thing there. Sometimes I wonder. Did you go to school with your brother? No, our age gap is too big. Our age gap is too big for that. But the hand movements were so comfy. Do you want the hand movements? Did you only want to go there because of Big Bro? No, I actually really like it. Although now that when I actually got there, like, the school system is fucked, but like, fine, I'll bring it back. The school system is fucked. But I really like the campus. The system has fucked me over so much though. I'm gonna end pretty soon though, but fine, I'll bring back the hands. Is this a good angle? Oh. Nice. Get some light in here. What is it about the hand movements that you like, the random ass hand movements? I'm not just doing this because it's a hand cam. Like, I actually do this in real life. It's so embarrassing because I do it without thinking, and then it's like I'm talking more with my hands than my actual words at that point. And it's like, oh. Cletus, thank you for the super chat. Have you ever tried writing songs? I do. I actually have I've written songs. I have songs that are out that I've written. Guild chatter, thank you for super chat. Thank you for showing us all your violin gear. Phase Connect Orchestra when? When we get more instrument players. This is one of my wait, there we go. Sometimes you'll hear this in the background of my streams because sometimes I just do this while streaming. I don't know if you can hear it or not. Really thought it was a knife. No, it's not a knife. Daddy Dagda, thank you for super chat. Can you flip me off? I don't like to do. My hands are like low-key kind of fucked. Like my bone structure is only meant for my hands to be in like violin or viola position. Like it was just like this for too long. Like I can't really. Like I can put it like flat on a table, but it's actually not flat. Like some of my fingers don't actually go flat. I don't know if you can tell, but like my fingers are just like bent. Like I'm not doing that on purpose. They're just like they're just like that. Like I can't really hold it open flat or anything. Your index finger was bent back, sort of weird. Or what do you mean bent back? Like that? What do you mean? It's oh yeah. It's like it's kind of yeah. You want it. It hurts for me to flip people off. It hurts. Like I don't know if that's normal or not. It's uncomfortable to hold them flat. I'd much rather just like go like that. Not normal. Yeah, it's it kind of hurts. It kind of hurts. It's easier on this one. It's easier on this one because this hand is used to like, but this one isn't. This hand's fingers are not as flexible, but this one, because it's used to like going all over like this, these fingers are a lot more flexible. This side of my body is generally more flexible actually. I am not left-handed, I am right-handed, but my left hand is actually stronger because my right hand is weakened by tendinitis. My body is odd, okay? It's been broken down by music. Music has destroyed my body, but I still love it anyway. Uruka's violin hands, I do. Like, I don't have the cute feminine hands. I very much have instrument hands. Like, they're literally like built to play. I genuinely have hands that are built to play instruments. Like I don't know, I don't think you quite understand. But the permanent jaw bruise, dude, yeah. It's actually so bad now. Like when it's really bad, it separates into clusters. And then it starts looking like boils. It's pretty nasty. But yeah. Still think her hands are cool. I've gotten that comment. People have said that my hands look cool, but I feel like that's just because you can see my tendons. I think it's just because you can see my tendons. But Do violinist jaw bruises actually hurt? It depends. Like, if you're just chilling, not really. Sometimes when you put the instrument on, it'll hurt if you play too much. But I've had like my face just like swollen on that side before. Sometimes it goes beyond the actual dark spot and it like my whole jaw over there is just swollen. Claw hands. Is that what they're called? Are they called claws? Claw hands? Do I look like a bird? My hands look like bird claws. Oh my god, no. They aren't mitts. Yeah, I don't know. My wrists are like kind of disproportionate though. Daddy Dagda, thank you for super chat. Does the violin give you blisters? Asking since I play bass and would get them often. Yes. So the one that most people have is the one on the bottom left side, kind of bottom of your jaw hinge. That's the most common one to have. Unless people play with like a cloth. I've seen people who play with a cloth even have it still. Like I've had this thing for as long as I can remember. But some people also get one where I don't know how to demonstrate. Oh. I can demonstrate on okay, so usually people have one right here, like the bottom part of your jaw on the left side, because that's where the chin rest or just the violin in general is kind of rubbing against you. And it's not exactly the best for your skin for wood to be rubbing against your skin at all times. And another common one to have is on the collarbone over here. And then on the shoulder, because those are the points where your instrument hits on the other side. So some people have the trifecta like this. If I wear a really thin shirt, I will have the ones over here too. But generally, I wear kind of thicker clothing, so I don't usually have the ones over here. But people who wear like thinner clothes, people who don't use shoulder rests either, are more likely to get the ones over here. If you use a shoulder rest, you're less likely to get these. But yeah, I tend to wear thicker clothing. Never really had that problem. Is it just because I never played for a longer period? Do you not have the one here either? Then that probably means you don't play that long. Because I genuinely didn't practice that much before, and I still had it. Like, I would practice maybe like an hour a day in like middle and high school, early high school, and I still had that thing. So like, but I guess that was on top of like other orchestra stuff too. What are you doing to that poor man? I'm just demonstrating. I'm just demonstrating. None of them. I hated it when I was studying. Never practiced more than 2 hours. I feel like you should have gotten it even with 2 hours. If you're consistent, and if you're consistent, you'll still get it. Like I said, I never really practiced that much. But I guess it's also the culmination of like orchestra playing. Because when you're practicing yourself, you can just put it down when you're tired. But when you play in an orchestra, you can't just stop because everyone else is still going on. No one cares if you're tired. You gotta keep going. Maybe you just have weak skin. No, dude. Literally, every single violin or viola player at least has the one on the jaw. At least. The other ones are debatable. Like, I don't have the other ones. All of them have the one on the jaw. I went to a dermatologist once, and I was like lying there, and she was like, do you play violin? And I was like, yeah, how could you tell? What the hell? I was like, did you read my mind or something? She was like, you're can see your little thing over there. And she was like, that's kind of funny. I used to like, she was like, I used to play harp or something. She was like, I used to see like violinists and people all the time, and I always noticed they had that little thing on their neck. But yeah. Ooh, I'm hungry. I must make some food. I guess it's also a matter of what you're playing. Because if you practice for 2 hours and it's like something really light, my Gatorade bottle has so much condensation. If you practice something that's very light, obviously it's not gonna tire you out as much. If you're playing something super, super intense, 2 hours of that is different from 2 hours of something lighter than that. So that's why you can't always use time to judge. SJH forever, thank you for member chat. Be like my friend who said "Wale" and dropped his end of the heavy box he was carrying while the other guy stared at him. Bruh, at least give notice. At least give notice. Would you recommend an electric bass for a beginner? I don't play electric bass, so I don't know. I have no idea. I've dabbled in electric bass, but I've never actually owned one, so I don't know. Once things get to guitar... Sorry, looks really weird. I'm just massaging my arm. This looks really strange, but I'm massaging my arm. Electric bass is good for a beginner. Oh, you mean just like in general? Yeah, in general as an instrument, yes, I can definitely recommend electric bass for a beginner. Piano is also a good one for beginners. Like, not to say that these instruments are like easier to master, but there's definitely instruments that are easier to start. So like piano, electric bass are probably a lot easier to start on and get a decent sound out of than like a violin or something, you know? Hit key, piano makes sound. Exactly. The thing with string instruments is that you have to be like okay with sounding like a screeching chicken for maybe like a year. But it's like, it's the exploration that makes it fun, you know? I get my electrolytes. Have you played an electric violin? I have one. Yeah, it's right here. My electric. The Yamaha YEV 105. Courtesy of an Urufu gang benefactor. I literally just figured out that this entire time that I've had this violin, I've been using the wrong setting. I've been using the wrong setting on my interface, which made it sound way screechier than it should. I literally just realized. So get ready. Once my tendinitis is better, you're gonna hear a warmer electric violin and not completely screechy. Oh. Do you have Erhu? I do have Erhu. I'm not very good at it though. The screech gave it character. I mean, it's still gonna screech. It's just not as... It's not as high frequency of a screech. It was always super high frequency and thin. The only thing saving it was filters. Gotta hit the inst. Yeah, dude, I literally could have sworn that it was on inst. Like the first time I checked, I was like, yes, that's on inst. And then this entire year that I've had this thing, it was just not on inst, and I don't know why. I swear to God, it was on inst, but no, it was online. I don't know what happened. Maybe I'm just blind. Who knows? Piano is good for learning other instruments later. Yeah, because you get to learn like all the notes and stuff. The thing about me is I'm not the greatest at reading notes because I relied on my ears for way too long. How old is too old to start learning an instrument? There's no such thing as too old. You can learn an instrument at any age. Obviously, when you're a child, like, you'll learn faster and you're more okay with being bad because you don't really understand. But, like, you can learn at any age. Just like languages, you can learn at any age. You'll learn a language faster when you're a kid. Actually, that's not a good comparison because when you're a kid, you can literally just absorb a language. But just with anything, you can learn whenever you want. I encourage it. I know a really good violinist who started when they were like 17. As long as you have the drive to learn, like, you can start whenever. Unless you physically have a debuff. Unless you physically have a debuff, like something wonky in your hands or something. Maybe it'll be harder. But you can always find a way. 17. Okay, well, they're like 25 now, so I'm just saying. Wasn't that long ago for them. The debuff is called dumb. See, the thing about like prodigies or like people who are like really good, they still had to put in a lot of work. Like, talent definitely exists, but it's more of a boost. It's a boost. It's not a cheat code. There you go. It's a boost, but it's not a cheat code. They might be able to like learn something faster than someone else, but they still have to work for it. Hard work beats talents. In my experience, there's a lot of nuance to that. If there's someone who is talented and they don't work at all, yes, hard work is going to surpass them eventually. But if someone with talent is working really hard, they will get much farther, and that's just how it works. Like, people have affinities towards things. Like, some people understand math a lot better than other people. Like, it's just like everyone has a natural affinity towards something, you know? It is what it is. That doesn't mean that you can't get good at something that you don't have an affinity for. But it's not like, oh, as long as I work super, super hard, I can reach the top. That's not how reality works, unfortunately. Like, yeah. saying thank you for member chat. Talent beats hard work if talent works at all. It's what it is. Yeah, I mean, like, the people that I know that are really good, but yes, they are talented, but they also practice like 5 hours a day or more. Like, it's not just because they were born with it, you know? But yeah, Uruka never watched Naruto. Naruto. Okay, the thing with like Naruto, even he has a buff. Like, he has the freaking huge chakra reserves. He also has a buff. It's not like he was completely like left in the dry, you know? You just have to figure out how to make it work for him. Oh, you're talking about Rock Lee? I don't know, man. I don't know. Not all the ones that try hard succeed, but all the ones who succeeded try hard. Exactly. Like, even within like the prodigies, I guess, like, they all practice an insane amount of hours. But that's just because they like it that much and they're willing to. Like, me personally, I'm like, if I have to, I will. But that's like too much for me. But no, they're just like, I love playing so much that I will just play and practice for 7+ hours a day if I can. Can't really compete with that. You know, like... Anyway, we've gotten past the point. But my point is, what I've shown you here is just the things that I use, and like I am like way past the point of beginner, so don't like lump yourself in with me. But please, if you take anything away from this, if you want to learn violin, at least get one that's around $400. Over practice is a thing. Oh yes, definitely. That's how that's how this happened. That's how I fucked up both of my both of my arms from over practice. Yes, you can practice many hours in one day, but space it out so that you can rest. Like, my friends were begging me. They were like, please stop. And I was like, no. I have to learn this now. And that's how this happened. So don't do that. Don't do it. You think I would have learned by now, but I just like... I tunnel vision really hard. Like, when I do something, I do it. Like, when I do something, I go in hard. I tunnel vision so hard. Like, I just don't remember that I'm supposed to stop at some point. It's bad. It's really bad. So yeah. Don't fuck up both of your arms. But yeah, another thing, if you're beginning, I would say, if you can, please find a teacher. At least take like 2 or 3 classes. Like, I know the internet is abundant these days, but this instrument is the like most unintuitive thing, like physically. It's really weird. And if you hold it wrong in any way, if you hold it wrong just the slightest bit, that will be cause for injury. So just like at least a few lessons. If you don't want to pay for that many lessons, just a couple a few will help you a lot. Having a professional point you in the right direction helps a lot. Exactly. Especially with instruments. Instruments like string instruments, even wind instruments, honestly. But especially with something as physical as a string instrument, it is so difficult. Like, online classes, so hard. So hard. Important to have someone watch over you at the beginning so you have good form and don't develop painful and bad habits. Exactly. It is incredibly important. Like, if you haven't held a violin or viola before, it's indescribable. Like, when I first started playing, I only practiced like 15-20 minutes a day because it was just so tiring to hold the thing. And like nowadays, when my other instrument playing friends hold it, they get tired after like 2 minutes. But yeah, that is my advice to you if you're gonna start. But realistically, you don't have to have tens of thousands of dollars. Maybe you'll need probably at least 400 or 500, but if you really do, if this is actually something that you want to do, it's worth the investment, because those Amazon $100 violins are not gonna cut it. A lot of you train from 5 years old, you get used to it. I mean, I started when I was like 7 or 8 ish. I don't quite remember, but you do get used to it. You do get used to it, but in the very beginning, it's very tiring. I barely remember. I don't even remember the first time I played, but I remember I was pretty tired the first few times before you developed. Huh. Those cheap violins just sound bad no matter what? Yes. Even you can find videos, like Ray Chen did a video of like the cheap Amazon violins and stuff. You can see, like, obviously you can play something, but when you compare it with something else, it's so bad. Like, if you're in the room there, like, not even someone who knows how to play can make that sound at an adequate level, I guess. Huh. The only time those $100 Amazon violins are good for is to make sure that you quit, so you save money in the long run by not buying more expensive violins later. Yeah, but that's still $100 wasted. Remember buying a $100 trombone on Amazon in high school, and every time I used it, it sounds so bad, but I love that dumb trombone. Yeah. I mean, like, for wind instrument, I got like a $200 or $300 flute and saxophone, and honestly, like, I am not a very like good wind player. At some point, I was like intermediate-ish level. I never got past that though. So for me, those instruments were okay, but I don't think a $100 one would suffice. If you just want to see if you will enjoy it or not, no. If you buy a $100 violin, I guarantee you will not enjoy it. Which is why I'm saying, you at least get a decent student violin from an actual violin shop. I guarantee you, if you buy a cheap violin off of Amazon, you're not gonna like it. It's just not gonna sound good no matter what. Even I would not. Like, if I played it, I don't think it would sound good. Does bending your fingers like that help with your recovery? I didn't even notice I was doing that. I'm just stretching. Usually, after you play, you kind of want to do this. I haven't played at all, but like I'm feeling kind of tense. Oh, your standards are high. No, I'm saying that I don't think I would be able to make those instruments sound good. And I'm someone who knows how to play violin. So if you're a beginner on the violin, you are not gonna like what comes out of that thing. You are not gonna like it. Like, please trust me. Like, it's not happening. It just doesn't sound right because the way that they're made, like the sound is just not good. You will enjoy it so much more if you just get a decent student violin. Huh. Another thing you can do is like pull the blood forward like this. Ugh. So a lot of times if you're not able to warm up for some reason, sometimes you kind of need to just go in cold for something. It's good to just pull it out like this. It brings the blood into your fingers. So sometimes you'll see people like doing that. It looks a little weird, but like it is what it is. Is that a $20 violin on Amazon? Yeah, maybe don't. Maybe don't. Oh my god, wait, can you link it? I'm kind of curious now. If it's $20, I'm down to just get it and like beat it up for a stream. Because the $100 ones, I'm like, that's not cheap enough for me to buy it for a stream. But if it's 20 bucks, not dollars, pounds, same thing. Tax write-off. Pull the blood forward is the most Asian thing I've ever heard. It works though. It works. And I learned it from a white woman, okay? It's actually just a $20 picture of a violin. You know, I could use some more decoration. Stop censoring your hands. I don't have like... I told you, my hands are dry. I have kind of messed up like hands because they've been messed up by instruments. I just hate hands too. Ugh. 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 More than feet? No. Feet are the bane of my existence. I hate feet. More than anything. More than any other human body part. No way they're dry with gloves on for hours. Well, like the skin is dry. I don't think sweat is moisturizing, you know? Ah. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope I didn't filter too many people, but if I did, well, bye. Well, that's not even half of what I hear on a daily basis, so. And Norak, thank you for the member chat. Hello, Uruka. Hello, welcome. Uruka, you're such a yapper. Am I? Am I a yapper? I feel like I'm not the greatest. Okay. I feel like I'm only a yapper like online. If I'm in person, I am not a yapper. If I'm online, I I like think out loud a lot. So I just start saying things. Even if I'm on like Discord calls, if it's really late on Discord call, I kind of just like ramble because I forget that I'm not like streaming. I was talking. I think I was talking about like Chipotle. I was like, should I get Chipotle? Should I DoorDash Chipotle? I don't know if I should DoorDash Chipotle or maybe I should just get Chipotle. But if I get Chipotle and Sheena was on call with me and she was like, Uruka, just get Chipotle or don't get Chipotle. I was like, I forgot I'm not streaming. Janice, thank you for member chat. I really appreciate these kind of streams. Reminds me of my band kid days. Yeah, band kids rise up. Although I was never a band kid. I did not like the band kids, but I can still relate to you guys in a messed up way. Huh. Have you ever pulled a Lumi and asked chat what to do only to realize you're not streaming? No, I haven't done that. See, the thing is, I don't really call you guys chat, so I don't go like, chat! You know? I never really, like, summon chat, you know? I don't even do it on stream. Chat, is this real? Kinda stupid. Okay, the thing is, like, I hate band kids, but I also hate orchestra kids, and I am an orchestra kid, so like... It's, okay, no. There's a difference. Let me give you more insight as to why I'm so... You know... A lot of the people in band and orchestra, or theater for that matter, in middle school and high school, make that their entire personality, even if they're not very good at it. Like, they make that their like entire personality. Like you do. I'm a streamer. I'm a streamer. I think that's called passion and interest. No. There's a difference between passion and interest and making an instrument you play your entire personality. I don't know how to explain it, but the ones who know, you know. You know. And it's always the ones. It is always the ones who are actually not that good. Like they're not bad. I'm not saying they're bad, but they're not the ones who are cracked. Like the ones who are cracked actually have a personality. Like, but it's like these people in the middle ground are like, they don't have another personality, so they're like, oh, I guess I have to choose a personality. Which is why when you go into a more professional what do you call it? A more professional sphere, or if you go into music in a higher educational format, none of the people are like that. Everyone in these places have other hobbies and other personalities and are actually interesting people. Like, which is why I always say that I hate band and orchestra kids. I don't know. Yeah. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. The drama club kids. Dude, I swear to God, like, some of them can really, really act. But I am so scared of them. I am so scared of theater kids. Like, they're so scary, man. They're so scary. They're a whole nother species. Like, I run into them in the hall, I will take a detour. Overwhelming personality. A little too much, yeah. Like, some of them are goddamn hella good actors. Do I want to be around them at all times? Maybe not. Like, the times that I've played, like, in a pit orchestra, like, there was always a divide between the actors and the pit. Because the actors, like, they all seem like super nice people, but they're just like, they're a lot. Like, like, we all had our own little corner because, like, they're a lot. Like, they're all super nice. If you ever encounter them, they're super, super nice. They're really good at acting, super good singers. But dear Lord, it's a lot to take in. Like, it's a lot to take in. Is there any clique that you are not afraid of or hate? No. Like, I see. Okay, the thing is, like, the reason why I am afraid of them or hate them is because the ones who are bad, I don't know what other word should I use. The ones who are very extreme stand out the most, and they're the most memorable ones. So when I say that I hate them, it's usually just the super extreme ones. I don't hate all of them. Like, I don't hate every single one of them, but the, like, extreme ones really stay in my head, which is why I'm like, ugh. The normies? Dude, normies scare me too. Normies are scary. Like, I sometimes can't even tell what they're talking about. Like, we just don't communicate on the same level. Like, I have a good friend who is a normie. And it's like, okay, but sometimes the communication just doesn't happen. Like, sometimes I say something and she doesn't understand. Sometimes she'll say something and I don't understand. It's like, it's so difficult. Geronimo, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to Uruf Games. Definitely now cool. Thank you. Uruka hates band and orchestra kids. Uruka Blue Bear is light music club confirmed. Like I said, the only reason why I hate them is because the, like, cringe ones are the most extreme ones that stand out the most. Even in the, like, popular music, like the freaking music industry kids. Oh my god. Like, I'm sure the majority of them are, like, really nice, but the ones who stand out the most are so cringe. But anyway. Anyways. Music industry kids, like what Britney Spears as a child? No. Like the music producers, you know? The singer-songwriters, you know? Like, I'm sure a lot of them are like very skilled at what they do, very talented, but the ones who are cringe are so extreme and they just so cringe. I can't do it. I can't. Like Jelly. Okay, Jelly hates them too though. Like, we're on the same page. Like, Jelly also hates them. Rivian Nazir, thank you so much for the super chat. Flex and say bear witness to the bear if you're scared. You should be scared. I will slander you all. But yeah. Tolerate nothing and take no prisoners. It's just a few bad actors can ruin an entire genre of people for me. Okay, when I say hate, I use the word hate very loosely. I don't actually hate them. I'm sure if I actually talk to them, they're like nice people, but it's just like, it's so cringe, man. It's so cringe. Stop backing down. I'm not backing down. I'm saying it. Like, I am literally an orchestra kid, right? If someone said they hate orchestra kids, does that mean they hate me? I don't know. I don't, like, I say I hate orchestra kids. Does that mean I hate myself? Maybe. Aren't we all cringe down inside? It's a different kind of cringe, though. It's a different kind of cringe. You hate the online persona they become. Literally! It's like these people are choosing a VTuber persona, but in real life. Like, it's fine online. But can you, like, not? Like, in person? Like... Anyways. I'm very hungry. I've only had one meal today in the past 24 hours. So, and it was like 6 pot stickers. There was supposed to be 7, but I burnt one. Alright. She might end stream. It's time. It's time to end now. Let's see who's live. Fujikura Uruka. Anyways, please learn an instrument. If you have any sort of desire to play an instrument, please just go for it. Just go for it. I won't roast you. I'm kind of like Gordon Ramsay in a way. I will only roast you if I think you're supposed to be better, or if you present yourself like you're supposed to be better. If you don't do that, I won't roast you. It's like Gordon Ramsay, okay? Please pick up an instrument. Onyx, thank you for remember chat. Guys, how do we trick her into extending again? Stop tricking me into tangenting even further. Armadillo, thank you for super chat. Before you go, did you learn any new hand shadow puppets? No. But I can... The shadow's not very strong. A dog. Wait. I can do a snake. This is not a shadow, but I can do a snake with a hand. Or a snake with a tongue. Vernon, thank you for member chat. Thanks for the stream. That was fun. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed. Can you throw up a crip or blood sign? I don't even know what that means. I don't know what that means. Phase connect. Phase connect, guys. Let's find someone to raid. Colitis, thank you for super chat. Alright, I'm cringe. I'm gonna stream your original song later. Thanks for yapping about your passion, and please take more care of your hands. I'm sure it's precious to a lot of people. Thank you. My hands are precious to you? That's a little weird. I know what you mean, but the sentence sounds really odd. Anyway. Huh. Amy's live, Clara's live. I think Amy will probably rate Amy because Clara's usually after me. Okay. Okay. Did I show you my what are these things called again? I already forgot. What is it? Isn't this thing magnetic? It's not. It's not opening. Wait. Ugh. My Bakugan. I always wanted one of these as a kid. I saw the commercials and I thought they were so cool. But I didn't get any. This is also one of my fidgets. I fidget with this all the time. So I found this for $5 in a store. Just randomly in the back of the store. I found it. So I needed to fulfill my childhood dream. And it's actually really satisfying. It's really satisfying. So I'm glad I got it. Another childhood thing I wanted was a Tamagotchi, but those low-key are kind of expensive, so I'm like, do I really need it? Like, I don't think I'm gonna get the same joy out of a Tamagotchi that I would have when I was a kid. Have you ever been to Beyblade? I saw the commercials. Let it rip! I never had them though. There's a lot of stuff that I like never like I never got any fresh Pokemon cards. I got hand-me-down Pokemon cards. I got a lot of hand-me-down stuff. I never got a Tamagotchi. Bakugans. One of the joys of growing up is getting stuff you never had as a kid. Don't deprive yourself. Okay, but like, I need a save. Like, one Tamagotchi can probably get me like one string, you know? So I have to save. Any old Yu-Gi-Oh cards? I wasn't into Yu-Gi-Oh, so no. But Brother Bear has a giant Yu-Gi-Oh card collection. I don't know why he got more stuff than I did. I feel like probably he asked for more. Like, growing up, I didn't think I was allowed to ask for things, really. Especially, like, boy things. Like, plushies, I was like, ooh, plushies. I can probably ask. But, like, boy things, I was like, I'm probably not allowed to have that. Anyway. We're gonna raid. Nerd brother passes the nerd genes. He's such a nerd, man. He's an actual nerd. Freaking software engineers. Nerd. Nerd. Anyways. Nerd with a girlfriend. Okay, and who cares that he's a nerd and he has a girlfriend and he's also buff as hell and he's tall? Who cares? Not like I'm the deadbeat sibling. No. No. Anyway. Anyway. Let's what, does he have 70k subs on YouTube? No, he doesn't, so I got that on him. Anyway, I'm so hungry. I need food. I really need food. Should I order a pizza? But I have food at home. Should I order a pizza? I'm kind of feeling pizza, but I have food at home. But I want to order pizza. But I have food at home. Oh. Oh my god, I'm craving pizza. Show it on stream as business. No, I'm not gonna stream all the way until. Should I spend $30 to DoorDash a pizza? Like, do I really want a pizza that badly? Love yourself. I don't know if I can love myself that much. Huh, okay. Let's just... Aw, don't say that. I don't like myself very much. I don't know if you can tell. I'm not very good at loving myself. I actually hate No, I don't hate myself. I mildly dislike myself. I mildly dislike myself. Alex, thank you for Super Chat. Contributing to Pizza Fund. Oh, thank you. Okay, well, we'll see. I'm gonna end stream, and then if I want pizza after stream, then I'll get it. Uruka love. Ooh. Uruka, eat something. I mean, I will eat something. Whether or not that something is a pizza or not is a different story. Oh my god, I'm craving pizza so hard. Oh god. Alright, well, I'm just gonna end stream first. And I'll update you later. Post a picture of it on Twitter to write it off as a business expense. Anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna raid Amy. Ladies and gentlemen, Urka's left the building.
Step 1, buy cake for your Roshi. Step 2, now to get it home safely. I drop my spaghetti and now it's time for